we begin. Welcome to Accursed Kingdom. I'm gonna get you introduced in a moment. First, welcome. You sit at a long table, and while you feel the presence of others beside you on either side, the shape of them is amorphous, fuzzy. Even your very shape, the skin you're in, is vague, not altogether there. An empty plate and clean, shiny cutlery sits before you. Beyond you, the others, the table, the dishes, there is nothing. Only empty, black void. At the far ends of the table sit two figures, their countenances much clearer than you and your dinner table companions. One is veiled in white, one in black. Both seem thin and frail. The one draped in black speaks up. Interesting choices. Then the one in white. As good as any others, I should think. Only time will tell what they are capable of, what they will do. The time for the way of things to change grows short. Soon balance will be beyond restoring. Let us give them one last chance. The one in black regards all seated at the table. I begin to wonder if our bending the rules is an exercise in futility. Our sway begins and ends here. They will simply do as they want. Then what is the harm in simply seeing what happens? One last time. The one in black seems to shrug. An air of exhaustion and apathy hangs around them. A skeletal hand reaches from beneath the long black gossamer veil that shrouds them, bony fingers snapping. Unlit candles before each of you ignite. I'm now going to take you somewhere else. Cole, or should I say, Mordred. I'm going to tell you a few things about what you sense in the moment, and then, once I go through all of those things, you tell me what you are thinking and what you are feeling. You wake up in a cold, dark place. There is no air movement. There is no sound. You can tell that you are in a confined space. But that's about all you get.
Try to move around a little bit, shuffle. It's confined, but can I feel anything?
You have just a little room to move, but if you move even a few inches in any direction, you're also, lying on your back. So when you try to spread your limbs or do anything, you just kind of meet, cold stone.
I think it kind of puts it can't stretch its limbs, but takes a moment to just try and exert steady pressure against all of the walls. It feels not sure if this is a nightmare, a dream, sleep.
You press your hands against the walls of this confined space, and do you try to use all of your force, like all of your strength?
Not at first, but if it seems as if whatever it's within isn't going to give, then yes.
Yeah, so you steadily, more and more, apply pressure, and it is unyielding. Like, you cannot move this, you realize.
They'll try to speak.
You may.
Kind of clearing their throat.
It's dry. Your mouth is dry, your throat is dry.
Just a hark! Ahoy!
Alright. It takes just a couple of seconds. But you finally hear something. You hear the very faintest little distant shuffle. And some creaking of wood. And then through seemingly these unmovable slabs of marble, a muffled voice that goes, I hear ya.
Apologies for the inconvenience and my ignorance in this moment, but would you deign to avail me of some of my situation? I seem to be well, I can't move.
There's a split second of consideration, and then you hear more creaking of wood, almost a wheeling noise. And then here, I need to lock this in place so I can see. There we go. And then now much closer, but still muffled through the stone, of just like, well, alright, you seem to have your wits about you. Here, keep talking, and you hear the wheeling get closer.
Keep talking. I think in the still very much confused, I think not entirely unconvinced that it is not still sleeping. Is going to fall back on habit, and will recite a chant, one of the prayers to Verhu.
Alright. You hear the wheeling getting closer and closer, and then basically at the end of your feet you hear an amount of like scrabbling, shuffling, and then says, just a moment and I'll have you out. And then...
Out. Okay.
It's a weird feeling, being in some kind of vessel, capsule, whatever this is, being pulled out like a drawer. You can tell that it's, while heavy, it's clearly on some kind of, like, wheel system or the likes, as you are pulled out. And then once out, the sound is much clearer, though you still have this... Well, I mean, frankly, you are entombed. It takes a moment longer, and after much grunting and shuffling, the lid to your container is pushed off with a loud thud. For the first time in a long time, you are able to see light.
I think flinches at that first exposure, and takes a slow moment to sit up. Has been injured before, so wants to takes an immediate moment to check itself over for bruises, injuries, what it's even wearing. Kind of wants to get an eye on the situation. Is still surreal.
Certainly. I'll do a rundown of you first. You're in your armor. Certainly not an unfamiliar thing to be in, although it certainly lost its former luster. When you look down at yourself, things seem strangely weathered. Or if not weathered, then at the very least, dulled and dimmed, as if, just...
aged.
Yeah. Left in a drawer to rot.
Are... for lack of a better question, is my equipment with me? My things?
Yes, but similarly aged.
Okay.
Your gift-given sword is ever at your side. You can already feel an amount of it prods.
We'll let that lie for the moment. Takes a moment to peek at their rescuer.
Certainly. Before you sits a very old gentleman, surprisingly in a wheelchair. He has a large leather tome in his lap, a water jug, which he actually holds up and proffers to you, and he just kind of watches as you take everything in.
It extends an arm forward to accept the flask, kind of feeling its dry throat again, and will accept it. Take a modest swig. Sizes the gentleman up again, and then who are you, if I might ask? Where is this? I don't think they immediately recognize their surroundings.
I should think not. The old man nods for a moment, kind of allowing you to sip and breathe. And he says, the questions come quicker and quicker. Points to himself. Johann? Points to you. Kind of is opens his book and is flipping. M-O-R...
They used to call me Ox. Is something that I remember immediately.
More flipping. After a moment, he seems to land on a page. Okay. Well, however you may have used to have known this place, it ain't that no longer. It goes by a different name now. You're from...
The city.
Yes, I see it right here. He kind of ignores you, keeps looking at his book.
Like, leans over to try and take a peek at this book. What's going on in there?
You see an entry about yourself. At least vaguely. It has your name, some dates, mainly the date you were born and the last date you remember. It has a little bit about your occupation, a little blurb about your life, but like not much, just enough. Yes, one of the first true knights. Interesting.
I think at this point, it'll look back into its little mausoleum box at the items within. Takes a thorn, its kind of wretched, wicked, curved blade, and sheathes it at its side.
You
broken.
You hear a familiar hiss in the back of your mind.
Didn't miss that. They look and take a looks like the sheath of a small dagger that they don't recognize. And a faded now red ribbon that they hold in their hand and stare at.
Johan's eyes kind of flick between you and the entry on the page. Lots of keepsakes, then? Grabbed everything that's yours?
Well, everything left with me, at least.
All right. Would you mind, kind of gestures like, as if to say, would you mind placing your own coffin back in its spot?
Certainly. Kind of, it takes a step back, like, hefts the lid back onto the mausoleum box and slowly grinds it back into place.
Thank you.
Is there a name carved into it? Is there any marker?
It does say, carved in stone, it just says Mordred.
They kind of stay still and watch Johan.
Ready?
For I will say yes.
Alright. Then come along. And he just starts... Oop, that's the wrong direction. We love Tailspire sometimes. Boop. He starts wheeling out of the mausoleum.
The knight will follow after.
I always forget that changing the angle changes the... he seems to move as if this has happened many times before now.
I think it picks up on the practiced, what seems to be clearly a routine at this point.
As you begin walking down, he will also begin to talk. I won't ask whether or not you're starting to put the pieces together. I'll just say this much. Much time has passed. Everything you think you know is no longer. All the people you once knew may or may not be here. You're just going to have to adapt. Being very brisk.
Yeah, I think on saying everyone you once knew is gone, takes another long look at that ribbon. But silently follows.
If you have any more specific questions, best to start asking. I'll do my best to answer.
Rickdoma? I assume... do we still reside within its bounds?
Aye, for whatever the hells that may mean now.
The king? The royal family?
All gone as far as anyone can tell.
The walls themselves of the city?
Seemingly impenetrable.
The term seemingly does much work in your speech there.
Nobody fully understands it. There's... something has grown over the entire real city. No one can make a lick of sense of it.
Does your book say, what got here? What got me here?
Kinda stops in his place along this... You realize that this ramp must have been put here specifically for him. It's all very shoddy, but he seems familiar with it. Seems resigned to what this is. Stops in this place and starts flipping through. I mean, after a certain point, there were just a lot of transfers, exhumations. There's no explicit reason, but I can theorize.
I won't ask you to.
You may not like the answers anyways.
That would not be a uncommon occurrence.
Just continues wheeling down.
Follows quietly. I think now, vision turning from him, it looks to the horizon, to kind of the environment, and turns back to look at this little chapel on a hill.
Compared to what you're looking at, it seems you are actually buried in a very nice spot, because the graveyard around you seems almost like haphazardly upturned. There are just open caskets, half-finished burials or exhumations. It's kind of unclear. It seems that the practice of both burying and unburying people has been going on for quite some time.
Kind of observes that. Kind of marks their luck slightly in this, or kind of looks to the state of the other burials and maybe notes less luck, more position. Continues following. Was anyone buried with me? Or alongside? Kind of looks at the ribbon again and tries to form a name, but can't remember.
I think at this point he stops again just briefly to really look back at you, and then kind of looks back at the entry and says, expecting to?
No, I suppose not.
I'm afraid there's not enough here to confirm anything about anyone specific. Not in relation to you, anyways.
Thank you for your consideration. Do you do this often?
Often enough. About one of yous gets up every month or so. Give or take. My information is limited, but I can try to tell you what I can, or point you in the direction of the information you want.
I'll listen to anything you're willing to say.
I'll tell you what you need to know. What you need to know is the world is worse than you remember. You're getting ready to enter maybe one of the last standing townships, if you can even call it that, in all of Richtoma. At least, that's what we think at this time.
And I will try to be of some use.
Good to hear.
At least while these arms still have muscles on them. They take a gauntlet off. They can tell that their armor is already roughshod. It's nowhere near in the state it used to be. And just takes a look at their body, its skin.
Yeah. It is... This is something you can decide. Is how desiccated or not are you?
Mordred knows a corpse when it sees one.
Yeah.
Kind of takes a moment to assess its interoception, what it feels, what it can tell about itself just by the way it moves around, and just quietly puts its gauntlet back on. Chooses not to think on it too deeply for the moment.
Johann, the old man, kind of picks up on the fact that you're taking stock still. Seems to consider for a moment. I know this is... It's a lot. I'm afraid you'll have to excuse my poor manners. The state of things kind of demands a bit of urgency. And frankly, I feel that when Anya's pops up out of your grave, you do better when you just hear things bluntly. You don't sit there and grasp at straws too long. At least, when you pop up with an actual head on your shoulders, as you seem to have.
Blanches for a moment and feels under its helmet for a moment to ensure that it does in fact still have a head.
I mean a brain between your ears, your wits about you.
Oh, well.
You've
I
got
regret
your
to inform
senses.
you there's no guarantee of that.
You're doing better than most. But, it means when it comes time for me to ask questions like, well, how did you end up in your coffin,
Can't say I remember. So, the party is the last thing I remember. Breaking bread with my brothers.
Well, that's not all too bad of a memory. be honest. But not much to go on, huh?
I think there's something that nags at the back of its mind for the moment, but it's not interested in sharing that.
Again, Johann just keeps wheeling down and down. It seems that there was some effort to kind of help with the muddy path, but he just plows right through it all.
Follows quietly until we get to this town.
Alright. He seems done talking for the time being. He basically doesn't have any more to add unless you have specific questions. But
I don't think so. I think the knight takes us a moment to just take a peek at that dagger it was buried with, but doesn't comment on it.
Johann doesn't seem to... is both seemingly... I feel like you get the sense... You know what? We'll do our first roll. Give me a...
Oh, God.
give me a presence roll.
Alright, so we're looking at -1. Oh, sorry, -2. DR?
We'll say middling. 10.
10. Can I be brought to the board? I would like to do a roll. Okay. -2. That is a 6 total.
You get the sense that for now Johann is almost like... I don't want to say ignoring you, but just doesn't seem to, like, pay you much mind, I'll say.
My interiority is not of concern to this individual right now.
Yeah. Reaching the gates, he takes a little handbell off the side of his wheelchair, and you hear just a little... And then the gates open into this little town.
That's so cool.
Here, I'll bring you both. Boop. Here, I'll turn his lantern off. You do have control. Do you have control of this mini? Here.
I don't believe so. I can't see anything on the board. Oh. Yes.
Did that... Yes? Okay.
Yep.
Good. It seemingly took the strength of 4 men to open those gates. Because on either side of you are 4 men.
Whoa.
They all seem to kind of take you both in for a moment. One speaks up. Another one this month. Yeah, another one this month. Kind of all curious. Fancy armor, that one. Aye. And kind of, like, admiring.
Suddenly self-conscious about it.
And, yeah, give them space. They're still... You know how it is. I'll kind of nod. Kind of, Johann looks up to you, Mordred. Follow me to the tavern. Just keeps wheeling.
Keeps following.
Yep.
Again, kind of taking stock in... I think genuinely the first thing Mordred would clock in this area is, like, what perceived class are the people of this town?
Oh, these are all common working people. No one is in fancy finery. No, everyone is in drab work clothes. In fact, the four men around you seem to be more or less all, like, smithies, farmers, people in aprons, people in, like... And that seems to be the overall vibe. There actually just aren't many people here. At least not from where you can see.
Yeah. Not nearly as populous as
you
it's
would
used
think,
to.
even though this town isn't humongous, you would think that there would be more people out and about. Especially in broad daylight.
Mm-hmm. We'll kind of hustle after Johann.
Johann, sensing you getting closer, starts talking again, and just like, again, I don't know what this place may have been called when you were alive, but now it's called the Last Bastion.
An auspicious title, but I assume with cause.
It speaks for itself. It is, at this time, unclear who or what is still out there. As you approach the tavern, you hear more voices now, and the four kind of slowly trailing behind. If I may move you up some.
Please do.
I'll move everyone up some. There's some...
Does it get the sense that these four dudes are, like, following the two of them?
Following only insofar as they're just also going to the tavern. It seems like this is... Again, you're getting the sense of, like, yeah, standard procedure. Like, this is just something that, like... He keeps mentioning others. He's when he's talking about you, he says yuz. As if there's... That
doesn't feel like they're assessing me.
Yeah, like, they're observing, certainly. Like, they're not it's not a you know what? I'm gonna ask for another presence check.
Hey, alright, -2, let's go. Say an 11.
Okay. Yeah, you get the sense of, like, yes, you are a stranger to them, and as, like, if you were in their situation, you would also be, like, observing, like, taking stock.
For sure.
But it's not... You don't get the sense that they're, like, that there's animosity, or even that much, like, fear or concern. There's maybe the tiniest bit, an ounce of trepidation, and from one more so than the others, the youngest of the four men, but it's very slight.
Okay.
For the most part, they're treating you as if they would any other newcomer to a town.
Understood.
Out from the tavern, an old gentleman, maybe about as old as Johann, though he is mobile with a cane, stumbles out, and he's mumbling and muttering, meeting you part of the way. Oh, and this person, you get the sense immediately, once they see you, lock eyes on you, there is animosity there. There is anger and frustration there. Jabs, points his cane angrily at you, shaking it, and goes, "If you know what's best for you, You'd best jump right back in that there coffin. Lay back down, forget all this. Spits on the ground. And the four guys and Johann just kind of, you get the sense of, like, they just sort of groan and roll their eyes. Johann says, "Back off, Drickard." Stumbles off this way.
Looks after him curiously, but refuses to comment.
Johann just sighs. Says, "Don't mind him. Here. Come along. Just keeps, like, shepherding you towards the tavern.
Mm-hmm.
Then the closer you get, the more you can hear, again, more voices. It's like, okay, this might be where everyone is, and for the most part in town, except for a handful of people. You hear some voices, you hear some chatter, still getting inquisitive looks. A child hides behind a woman shyly. Here, I'm going to actually bring us into the tavern. Oop. Let's just grab everybody. Oh no, can I not grab? Here. Okay, so teleporting everyone. Whatever. I don't usually have to be the one getting all the minis to go around. Here we go. Hey, Pariah.
Yes.
You are also in this tavern.
Oh, goody.
So let me quickly give you your mini. There we go. You watch. This is new for you. You are new here. You have not been through this process of, the bell ringing, people gathering, this sort of thing. So it's kind of novel when suddenly a bunch of people are in the tavern. Usually things are very, very quiet here.
For sure. I think they've just kind of gotten a seat. They had ordered some sort of drink, some sort of food earlier. Just, they need something.
Absolutely.
But they just grab a table, and it's one that probably no one else is at. Kind of scoots their chair and, moves it in a way so they're facing the door and then facing the middle of the tavern themselves, and they are just watching, wide-eyed, head kind of cocked as she's just staring down at this person, this thing that just walked in.
Yeah. And I mean, what a sight. Most people here are exceedingly average, I'll say. Just rustic, regular people. But then this sort of tall, grand, if maybe worn knight walks in. Some kind of warrior? I mean, they cut a pretty imposing figure. It is clear to everyone, while they are not... They're treating this process as normal, they are all very intrigued by this person.
Once again, immediately self-conscious about all the attention. Can feel everyone's eyes on it, and is not super happy about that.
Does she know about this ritual, though? Or is this just the first time she's ever seen it?
This is the first you've seen it. Although, I have a question for you, which is, would you have discussed the fact that you have died once already?
Mm-hmm.
Is this a fact you would have made known to other people? Is this something you've talked about?
Probably not. Okay.
And just to kind of, like, confirm, your appearance, you're wearing an amount of makeup, and your appearance is, like, how, I'll say, corpsely or disheveled do you appear to others?
Disheveled, probably. Corpsely,
Sure.
She's pale.
Sure.
She is very pale, and that could just be, like, an old powder that she had or found or took from someone before.
Gotcha.
Doesn't look necessarily alive, but also definitely not dead.
Alright. Then people really wouldn't have treated you particularly oddly, other than perhaps your off-putting personality and appearance to a certain degree. People would treat you mostly normal. Not non-suspiciously. You don't garner a ton of intrigue or questions.
Okay.
Since coming here, you've been mostly just sort of, like, welcomed and acknowledged. Not given the sort of, like, much ado as this person is receiving. Johann begins speaking to you again, Mordred, and is just like, you can stay in this town as long as you want, I suppose, but usually once your kind gets your bearings, you end up wandering off, seeking your own purpose, information, whatever.
I see. Is there, in the immediate sense, need of aid in the town? Any labor I could perform? I'm uncertain. I don't believe I have much to trade or otherwise, but can make myself useful.
Yeah. Most won't want your stuff or anything like that. People do still trade in sills, though the most good that does for anything is for silvering up your gear. Kind of scratches the back of his head. Just all woken up and wanting to be put to work, okay?
I can, if you would prefer, I can socialize, take a sit.
Ain't your boss. Do as you please. I'm just here to get you up to speed, you see?
Yes. Tell you what, I'll rest a while. Kind of looks for somewhere to kind of open table. Oh, look, an open table.
I think at that
corner
point,
of the room, back in the corner.
Pariah's going to stand up. I have plenty of room over here if you'd like. I'd be happy to get you a drink.
I wouldn't want to be an inconvenience.
No, please, I insist.
Sure. Many thanks.
It is my pleasure. Please, barkeep, if you do not mind.
Certainly. Starts fixing 2 drinks. I'll say the thing you've noticed since being here, Pariah, is the drinks are unfortunately weak. You having been here long enough, you know, half the reason that Drickard is even as drunk as he is just by drinking sheer volume and getting his hands on the rare few stronger bottles available. Drinks are weak, and food is bland and basic. But before long, you have 2 very modest ales in front of each of you.
She sits there. She hasn't stopped looking at you. Like, elbows on the table, resting, like, her chin on top of her hands. So, welcome back to the world of the living.
Apparently.
You just woke up?
Johann retrieved me some, minutes ago.
Minutes. Oh, exciting. Tell me, what was it like to be dead? For you, if you remember.
I think the armor before you sits very, very still for a few moments. It tries to recall and just I'm not sure I could say. I remember coming home. I remember being with my brothers and sisters. And then I remember being in the box.
In the box. Oh, you were buried.
Mausoleum.
Oh, fancy. Very fancy. A soldier, then. Going by the attire you wear.
Knight, but the designation is unimportant.
A knight. A knight of where?
The First Order. Brickdoma. The Royal City.
Very interesting. Well, please, this round is on me. It goes down terribly, but anything that goes down is a win, yes?
Yes, of course. It kind of, like, regards the ale. And I think it considers its helmet for a moment and just puts the ale back down.
She looks a little disappointed. She looked very pointedly, like she wanted to see what it looks like without the helmet, but just kind of like deflates a little bit and just kind of starts drinking her own. Oh, I am so rude. I didn't even give you my name yet. They call me Pariah.
Right.
And what can I call you, Knight?
If you would deign to ascribe personhood to this, I used to be called Ox.
Very flowery language, Ox. I like it. Very good. A pleasure to meet you then, Ox.
And you, Pariah.
A gentleman. Gentle thing, gentle knight.
Shifts uncomfortably.
Her eyes have never left you. Even as she's taking a sip, it's just watching.
And yourself? Are you also, did you die?
Have I died before? Yes. I have. I did not come from a box, though. Much worse.
I'm sorry to hear that. What, my condolences. I don't think I even know what questions to ask.
That is the worst part of it. There's no good questions. Isn't there?
Silence.
We live, we die, we live again.
There is an itch that the knight feels under its armor thinking about that it kind of shifts uncomfortably.
So tell me, what is it that you plan to do from here on out?
Well, I have some questions I suppose I would like answered that I don't think the good people here are quite equipped to inform me of.
They're kind enough, but not very interesting.
I would think I would like to visit what became of my home, but otherwise I would be happy to make this body useful for whatever it has left in it. I imagine there are still plows to be pulled, fields to be tended, maybe wolves to be hunted and slain. I don't know what creeps in the night, but...
If I may, Pariah.
Please.
Mordred says plows to be pulled, fields to be tended, wolves to be hunted. You know what's out there. On your way here, back to this town, there were no fields. There were no plows being pulled. There were scarcely animals. And the things that were out in the woods, or along the paths, or wherever, were much, much worse than wolves.
So tell me, do you know roughly how long you were dead for?
What year is it?
Shit. I didn't study.
You've been awake long enough, Pariah, to know that. So, timekeeping and year keeping has gotten very vague. It is approximately the year, we'll say, 990 something. Which is, you may or may not know, very close to the end of the scriptures. The scriptures only go up to a little over 1,000.
$993, 2, 4. I don't know.
Mordred, you would know. Yeah. That's the correct reaction to have.
A long time. Then a long time.
Give or take 100 years?
More. Maybe 2 or 3. 4. Numbers were never my strong suit.
A very long sleep then. I am sorry to have to be the bearer of bad news then for that. However, it seems like you may need to retire, Azox. There are no fields left for you to plow. No animals to herd, no wolves to slay.
How do the people eat? How do they live? And no wolves? What has become of the wood, of the wilds?
Is it possible, Doom Master?
Thank you for using my proper title.
You're so welcome. Is there a way that we can get to, like, the top of the wall of the fortress, and just so I can just, like, show what the
certainly.
outside looks like?
Yeah.
Like, I want to physically take Night there.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a physical place that you can be, and it is seemingly just open to everyone inside of the walls.
So I think she puts, like, her hands down the table and she leans across, like, a little over. Would you like to see it?
Please.
Come with me. And she gets up from her chair and is going to lead Ox over that way.
Absolutely. Let me get you both there. Again, as you... Oops. Here, let's raise that. As you travel over, again, there is some life here. Within these walls, there's a few animals, a few people tending little gardens and such, but this is not, again, as populated as you would expect for the buildings and the infrastructure in place here.
Especially considering what the knight is used to.
Yeah. You can see the signs of former life, like, again, all of these buildings. There's tools left to the wayside unused. Carts and places that used to be for commerce are now barren and empty. Things are kind of left untended. The roads are bumpy and uneven, unkempt. Things are getting overgrown. Like, there is life here, but it's not well tended.
I think the knight's overwhelming response is just it's all gone. We were when I was around that we thought we wouldn't even have enough room on this tiny spot of land. We'd choke the land with the towns and the farms, and it's all gone.
It has been gone for a while. And she's going to go ahead and step up onto like the actual ledge itself.
Whoa, whoa.
And just outstretched arms. This is the world that the terrors left for us. This is all that remains.
Pariah, you would have been used to this site at this point. Mordred, below the walls along the road, there are spikes jutting up out of the ground. And upon those spikes are not human bodies. Bodies that are strange, almost alien to you. Small things with big, toothy mouths, agape, hanging open, almost dog-like? Dog, reptilian, like, they have hands and feet and arms with elbows and shoulders, but they look wrong. They do not look like anything you have ever seen before.
Not something it would have been familiar with from its time in the wood.
No.
Those. What? You mentioned things far worse than wolves. Points at the distended corpses.
Pariah, you would know these to be goblins.
Goblins?
Yeah.
Goblins is the word that they are called.
Are they a thing? A creature? A people?
To you, Pariah, they would be gibbering monsters. That's about all you know.
People know. Monstrosities? Yes. Less creature, more creation, maybe? Maddening, gibbering. Horrible.
I think the knight grips the hilt of Thorn briefly. Perhaps the ox has some use left. And you? Where are you intending to go, if anywhere? Or are you content to stay here?
Oh, no. This is just a stop on the road. I do not know where my travels will take me. I simply follow where I am told to go. And they tap at their forehead.
Oh, a priestess?
Of a
Diviner?
sort. Less fancy titles.
I knew an abbess once. Said she saw visions, knew divine truth.
Tell me, do you believe in the gods?
I think I did for a time, but maybe not the same as everyone around me. I know the basilisks, at least, and their doctrine of Verhue and his ilk.
Fair enough. That is an easy one. The others, though. All lies.
No. Well, looks uncomfortable. I met people who did. Who believed in others. Only briefly, though. usually. Just gonna roll presence real quick.
Sure.
Please.
What are you looking for?
Fucking 14. Yeah, it's a 6. Lying through its teeth.
Which part? Am I allowed to know that?
Yeah, the surrounding the, like, having met people before who believed in other things, deeply true, the circumstances of that meeting are being deeply absconded by omission.
Mm-hmm. I think she's only more interested in that. And she kind of, like, stops and just swivels, like, on her heel, still on top of this wall, so dangerously close to the end, like, to the edge. And she hops down. You truly are fascinating, aren't you, Ox? I like you.
I would like to think that I am most boring.
Oh, very, very much the opposite. So many people here are extraordinarily bland. You, though. You are the most interesting thing that I've seen since I've woken up.
If I may, Runt and Friend.
Speaking of interesting creatures,
I incredible.
I would like the pair of you to roll presence.
Sure.
Lots of presence rolls to start with.
let's see. Let's
What's the old little runt bag got for presents?
Here comes the pumpkin. That's a 10.
A
Perfect.
10?
-2. 16.
Hey, okay. Friend, I think you are maybe a tad distracted.
I know what he's distracted with.
You know what he's distracted with?
Yes. May I?
You tell me. What are you distracted by?
Friend has picked up a pumpkin that they were eating from last, and has picked up a spare one. I had this wonderful idea, you see. I think I know the problem that we're having in the past three villages. They don't like the way my face looks, or your face, maybe mine. But if they what if they don't see my face? So he's pulling all the guts out of the pumpkin, puts it on his head. I just do this. Now I'm just wearing a hat.
Runt looks absolutely enamored with your new look. He thinks you're an actual different person. He starts growling at you.
No, just me. Pulls up the pumpkin. Friend, pumpkin friend. Friend, pumpkin friend.
Friend.
They won't know the difference. Yep.
And he like nods his head at you aggressively.
Oh my god. Also, I love that Runt does not have object permanence. Holy shit. Okay. This brings up a question. Okay, sorry. Slight sidebar for Friend. So when you cover your head with the pumpkin, can you see? How?
Probably not. I don't think he's gotten that far yet with how bodies work.
Yeah, considering you just straight up don't have eyes. I mean, it's alright. You're already kind of like quite preternatural already. But I guess you would, if your vision is obscured, like if
then you wouldn't still be able.
I think we just have to respect the fact that even if you're bones, you're still humanoid, so...
Yeah. I think Friend walks so yeah. Friend is visually impaired right now, and is mostly just walking with one hand on Run's shoulder.
Fantastic.
Like
So-
accidentally steps on his hand and just runs.
Just balancing.
So, Run,
Awfully hard to see.
since your friend is preoccupied and actually can't see, and you tend, I would say it's fair to say that you're used to just being vigilant, you know,
Yeah.
even if you were capable, strong in your own right, you know, the world is still full of dangers.
Yeah.
Um,
Absolutely.
The two of you have been around this township for a little while, and for the first time in a little bit, you're seeing movement at the tops of the walls. Just faintly. More colorful movement than you usually see. But still.
His eyes squint through the like giant eye holes of his big cavernous skull that he wears. And he sniffs at it, realizes he can't sniff that far, and decides to get closer.
Yeah,
Oh,
if you
moving. Oh, I'm lost.
like a
without
seeing
guidance.
eye dog.
He picks up pace like just a touch, but it's still enough to drag you.
Okay. He follows bumblingly. They
Oh.
follow, I guess.
Yeah, as you get closer, you can smell the normal smells of the town, faint smells of daily life, cooking, booze, animals. These two, the closer you get, there's a distinct smell. They smell a lot like Friend, just not quite as... Friend is quite strong compared to these two in terms of a distinct smell.
Okay.
But it is recognizable.
Runt charges forth toward friend adjacent people.
I'm gonna lose my fucking shit.
So...
Plus, I think he just sees the colors, the very like flamboyant reds and blues of the clown girl's outfit. I forget her name. Pariah. Yeah, that one.
Oh dear, are we being chased again?
Friend. And that's all he's saying is he's
Yes,
charging
yes,
forth.
that's me. Yes, that's me. Yes, that's me. Yes.
I would like... Okay. I would like... Mordred and Pariah... I'll give Pariah Ether Sense, and I'll give Mordred Presence.
Sick. I only ever want to roll with -2. Ideally.
My Ether Sense, I still roll as a d20, correct?
Yep. Abilities are d20s plus your modifiers.
Hey, that's a 12.
Okay.
That is going to be a 20.
Nice. Wonderful. I'll start with Mordred. Mordred, is, simply put, you just hear stuff happening below you. Like, you hear, like, shuffling and muttering out in the woods. You can't hear anything clearly, but you do hear it.
Yeah.
Something is moving around outside the walls. Pariah, I'll say, this entire time, you have felt something about Mordred that you can feel about yourself. You were very correct to clock that, yes, this is a person who was dead and is no longer for whatever reason, much the same as you. You get that same feeling, that same presence, 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 that s out in the wooded road just beyond the walls. Getting closer and closer.
I think Mordred will immediately look past Pariah and down to try and ascertain what's going on.
I would like to, before that happens, however, you both hear a voice behind you in the town, and you recognize it as Johann, being like, "Come back down, you two. Come back."
A moment, sir. I think there may be commotion.
Kind of get an inquisitive look.
We have it handled up here. We'll be right down, I promise, okay? Thank you.
Come back when you can. She starts wheeling away back towards the tavern.
Is there anything down?
How
anything
fast are
visible?
you moving, Runt?
He's booking it. Every step he takes, he gets closer and closer. The smell becomes more defined in his head, and the distinguishing factor between food and excitement is too much for his tiny brain to handle. So he just goes as fast as he possibly can.
There's this little crouching figure fucking booking it towards the door.
He is on all fours.
I just posted it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, then from
It's
from your perception then, Mordred, first you just sort of see the swaying of fully stuff and then you see this furry little figure. At least at first it's moving so fast it's kind of hard to even fully grasp what you're looking at. It has this big skull face, but humanoid hands poking out from fur.
Goblin? Gestures at the figure.
That's definitely something you could call him.
Wide smile. That is no goblin. That is another interesting one.
There's a door that this thing is rushing toward, correct?
Yes, but from what you can tell about this door is that it is huge and heavy. This is not something like a door that it could just crash through, or it's part of why
right.
It is very much a big gate.
I think the knight is going to hustle down from the wall to stand behind the gate.
Sure. I will move you down for the time being. Boop.
She will join as well. So I'm just gonna...
Yeah.
I'm on a tree! Wait a minute!
There we go.
Won't draw its blade, but will keep a hand on the hilt.
Alright, then... I don't have much room for you, unfortunately, but I will...
Just duplicate 2 of the grass tiles, maybe.
You want to be on the grass, or you want to be at the gate?
Oh, well, I guess the gate, yeah.
Yeah, maybe the gate's fine, but he'll... Never mind, continue.
Up to y'all.
I think, honestly, with Eli's permission, he was going so fast that he eventually just kind of bucked underneath Friend's legs and just kind of let him mount Runt as he ran all the way over here, and upon realizing there's a gate in front of me, he just kind of starts not pawing, because he doesn't have paws, but he kind of starts poking and prodding at the gate, and eventually just starts circling around on the outside in figure eights.
Oh, okay, Runt. What's going on, Runt? Runt?
Johann.
Johann has wheeled away out of
More
earshot.
voices.
I'll get Johann.
Oh, it is so nice to meet you. New
Already
voice.
walking away. Already walking away.
Pariah will stay. Pariah will stay and speak.
Wants to go find a
Can-
town authority.
May I beg for a very inopportune bathroom break?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
sure.
I will be
Yeah,
very
like-
quickly back.
Okay.
Okay, we continue. You are all at the gate except for Mordred, who is quickly retrieving Johann.
Hello? New voice? One moment. Give me one
Hello?
moment. Quickly, what friend will do is, like, reach under his shirt. You'll hear a little pull out what looks like a bone and carve little eye slits into the pumpkin. And then put the bone back. Oh, hello there. Are you the Hello there, new voice. It is very nice to meet you.
Resonating from inside the pumpkin.
She is grinning from ear to ear. She is so amused by this.
Is she approaching?
She's at her part of the gate.
Runt was very excited to like see you, but now that you're close, he's more reserved, and you see his like kind of like shoulders arch as he kind of like backs away from you slightly.
Oh, you're backing away. Sorry. It looks like Runt has deemed you as dangerous.
Oh, your little pet's name is Runt. Oh, that's adorable.
He
Runt
growls at you.
I wouldn't say pet. What's a pet? What like is
Oh, I'm sorry. Is he your friend?
I'm friend.
You are friend?
That's what Runt calls me. I'm not sure that's what Runt calls this. It's what Runt calls me. Although I'm not exactly sure if it's my name. It doesn't really sound like my name. But Runt calls me friend, so you can call me friend if you want. Or you can call me something else.
Friend and Runt. Fascinating. It's okay. From my ether sense, I can tell these two have died before, right? That's what we
They
established
exude.
with.
Yeah, they exude a similar sort of energy resonance. Y'all are all kind of on the same wavelength in this weird way. In a way that the other residents of this town do not have that with you.
So tell me, friend, Runt, when did you both wake up?
Well, when you know the bright you know the weird bright thing that goes up and down every day?
So I have a thing for you to note that is true about the world and has been true since you woke up. The world you woke up to has heavy cloud cover. Night and day do pass, but you wouldn't really be able to see the sun necessarily.
Okay then. So friend has canonically never seen the sun. Okay. You know how it gets bright and then dark, like once in a while?
Are you talking about when it turns day and night?
Oh yeah, people have said that. Yeah. About how How many of those has it been? Like 7? 14? 10?
Would you like to try and remember?
Yes. A friend would like to try and remember.
That would also be a presence roll.
Okay, let's. It's a 1.
Oh, yeah,
Minus
you have
1.
no clue. You have no sense of the passage of time. You have not been keeping track even a little bit.
Friend is just keeps looking at Run, saying 20, 2. I'm running out of I'm running out of no.
Would Rent like to try and remember when when they met, I guess?
Oh, when Friend and him met? Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. I don't know how well he's going to be able to communicate it, but sure, I can roll for it.
That would be another presence.
Sure. What is that? -2. That's par for the course. Bada bing. Bada boop. Oh,
It will fall.
that's a 14.
Okay. You don't have it exact, but you have more a sense of, like, the passing of days. I'd like to say you've been together about, like, a week and a half, but you don't necessarily know when Friend themselves, like, got up. Arose.
Okay. With this new knowledge, well, not new knowledge. Runt is still kind of hesitant toward speaking with you, but he slaps the ground in front of Friend, and then slaps the ground in front of him, and then traces like a small, like, or a semicircle into the ground, and that is his way of telling time.
I think he said 3.
I love you.
3 day cycles?
Is that what? Well, I think that's yes. Yes, I'm going to say yes.
So you are both very new then.
I guess.
Runt twists his comically large head at you.
Does this thing? How do you open this thing? This is a big door.
Also,
It is a very large door, isn't it?
Mordred and Johan can be there whenever you would like. Cool.
It just doesn't appear to be an immediate threat. But wanted to inform. I didn't know who else to come to. Appears we have another visitor at the gate.
Oh, there's the first voice. Hi there. Now I can see you. Ooh, you're all shiny.
Indeed.
Cool.
Do we typically let? What's the policy on admission into this fortress, bastion, town?
Johan is squinting very skeptically.
Okay, maybe it's you they're actually scared. Maybe my face didn't have anything to do with it.
Can I get some names?
Runt recognizes that single word, and again slaps the ground in front of Friend and him. Friend, Runt.
Friend.
And where do you hail from, Friend and Runt?
I came from that direction, I think. That's where. There was a big hole. I climbed out of the hole. I walk. Now. And then I found Runt. Then we walked. And now we're here. Can we come in?
I'd be happy to supervise them for the time being. If you would like a pair of eyes on these two.
Seems to like.
I will help too.
2 pairs of eyes, then.
I'll get someone to lift the gates.
Can Mordred make an attempt? I know it's a heavy gate.
Yes. The problem for Johann is less that it's a strength thing and more that there's a mechanism that he cannot reach.
Understandable.
So, if you would like to try and use the mechanism,
I would.
you may.
Yeah. Is it just like a big lever?
Let's. I mean, yeah, pretty much. We'll say like
Embody my
like,
inner crunk. Embody my inner crunk.
crunk. Yeah, like it's just a thing you turn.
Yeah. We'll do so. Kind of. I think they're interested in seeing what strength they have left, genuinely. Even if it isn't a
Sure.
particularly strength-based thing, just like they have not tried hefting anything, lifting anything. I imagine turning this is, again, not strenuous, but also not trivial.
We'll say a strength ability roll just for your own, like not to accomplish anything, just to see what the result is. Why not?
Yeah. Well, luckily we've got a whole +0. $18.
You feel, I mean, really, like, despite this sort of, you would think that you would have atrophied, right? And maybe in some ways that may or may not be true. You may look it, but the reality is you feel much like you did before you passed on. It really is as if you've simply just woken up the day after.
I think they somehow find that more distressing, considering what they have seen of their corporeal form.
It's like you may be, confused about your situation. There may be a lot going on that you don't fully understand, but like, when you take stock of yourself, you feel basically normal.
Distressing.
Thank you.
As the two come in, Johann very, gravely, seriously to Mordred and Pariah, says, I'll hold you to your word. 2 eyes on the 2 of them. Just 'cause they're lucid don't mean something ain't up with them. If friend tries to pass, jabs a finger, just like, hey, stick to these 2 like glue.
Yes, that sounded funny. Okay.
It have a sort of meter to it.
Just pinches the bridge of his nose. Eventful day,
Do you know if-
see?
Are there any poets still around? You met any? You seem a performer, at least, kind of gestures to Pariah.
Something of the sort.
Runt was on edge before, when he didn't really see the knight. But now that the knight's here with his really shiny armor covered in spikes and spines and 2 giant horns, he regards him like a predator.
Complete opposite. I think the knight like takes a knee and like leans down to regard Runt. Kind of get a better view of what all's going on there.
Johann, sorry.
I-
Go ahead quickly.
Oh, sorry. Tell me, tell me if this doesn't sound like Runt at all. I found that Runt gets less all frazzly when you show them when you lie down on the ground.
Yes. On your back, belly exposed.
Johann.
I think I will abstain for the time being.
Yeah, less kindly kind of scoots up and is just like, in or out, we need to drop the gates.
Runt will
Come on,
steadily
Runt.
approach.
We're getting in, Runt. Come on. Follow me. Over here.
He very
Come on, right
pointedly
Over here.
circles
Here.
around you two and follows friend.
Good. Runt takes out of his. Friend digs in his bag, like the big sack, and pulls out what looks like just a weird. Do goblins have bones?
Oh, certainly.
Pulls out what looks like a goblin bone and hands it to Runt.
Drop it on the floor. He picks it up and you see it just disappear behind the giant skull he wears. You hear just a crunching sound underneath.
Johann looks on with a face of just suspicion and distaste.
I think I don't know if it really knows why, but for some reason the knight finds this novel. Like bemusing.
Yeah. So what do people do around here?
Well, I don't know about you two, but then turns to Mordred. You were asking about stuff to do. Well, I've got something for you to do.
Go on.
A little before you woke up, past couple days, something else started making a racket in one of the old basements. None of us quite knew what to make of it or what to do, so we locked it away for the time being. But since you're here and seemingly capable,
Need a canary for your mine?
if you would be so kind.
Happy to.
Alright.
I think with disregard for the other 3 immediately, we'll like walk to follow Johann.
Yeah. To the other 3. Or at least, again, turns to the skeleton and, well, and, I mean, so, Johann has yet to see a skeletal face or anything, so...
Just a thin figure with a pumpkin on its head.
Yeah, but it's still, you know, continuing to treat... Yeah, exactly. Kind of looking between Pariah and the two, says, are you all coming along, or are you just gonna babysit these 2 for the time being?
Well, you said 2 pairs of eyes on these 2, yes?
It's better than the 1, I suppose.
Come on. Like, claps her hands over towards Friend and Run. This way.
It looks like they've accepted us.
Johann with just exceptionally exhausted at this point by all the new faces.
As they're walking, Runt will kind of like trail behind Pariah and just like sniff it like steadily get closer until they start sniffing at their leg.
Usually it's kinder if people say hello first.
Hi.
Hello, little one. And she's going to reach a hand over and try and put it on top of the skull.
Oh, that's no, don't. That's about that is
So how does combat work?
Oh! I slash genuine or
No. Not that you actually read before.
If he just growls.
He just recoils his head and just kind of takes a few steps back again.
Oh.
And continues to trail you.
Feisty puppy, alright. Like, hands up defensively. Come on, little one. This way. And we'll just lead these two over.
if I may grab everyone, if that is okay with everyone.
Sure.
Shoot. Johan takes you all around the block. You see, I mean, he mentioned a basement, and surely enough, you all arrive in front of a basement that has been barred off with just spare planks of wood. You don't hear anything, though.
Oh.
I'll leave it up to y'all to make your way in. Some kind of waves his hand vaguely. Well, frankly, I haven't the word for it. War machine in the shape of a man? The mechanical beast?
The knight steps toward the door very promptly.
Alright. If you would like to unbar the door, that will be a true strength check.
Sure. I think before, kind of back to Johan, what did it do? Did it speak? Did it threaten you? How?
We heard clatter and commotion one evening. Went to check. Saw what it was. Heard it blathering. But...
Blathering. Well, in that case, we'll give like a heavy knock on the still barred door. Hark! Anyone inside?
Matt, you may respond however you wish. You hear a heavy knock on the door.
Hello? Hello?
Yes. We have intent to enter. I am not associated with you. I'm not inclined. If I were to come in, would I need a blade drawn, or shall we speak?
Look, I'm having quite a existential, phenomenological sort of moment right now.
The knight will immediately start trying to take the boards down. This is not. They don't know what this is, but this is not the voice of someone who is going to bash their brains in when they go through this door.
Sure. Roll me strength check. I believe.
Oh, 19. The dice.
That's insane.
Great. You handily just rip these boards down, nails and all, just straight out.
We'll slowly push open the door. Again, no weapons drawn.
Oh, thank goodness. I've been trapped down here for I don't even know how long. The sun doesn't even reach down here.
And here, within, you see, again, a strange day for Mordred. Something like nothing you've ever seen before in your life. It is clearly metal, it is clearly mechanical, but it's also in the shape of a person?
Ah, incredible. Horrors beyond my comprehension.
You're telling me. I didn't
anticipate
to wake up in this metal contraption.
You kind of like Mordred considers its own history. What do you remember? Would you mind availing me of your history? And please, if you would not mind coming outside.
I'd say buy me a drink first, but I don't think I can quite imbibe anymore. Ah, fresh air that I can't smell. How wonderful.
I mean, this is true. You cannot smell it. You cannot feel it.
I think at those comments, I think Mordred's mind immediately jumps to, like, are you had before, are you a soul trapped in this statue?
I think you have the right of it. What an astute fellow you are. Quite honestly, I don't really know how I got here. I don't remember very much. I scant can even remember my name.
To repeat some of the dialogue that's been asked of me today, when do you remember waking up?
I don't know. It's been very dark, and everything I see is through this ochre sort of tinge.
I think Mordred will take a closer look at this contraption's face.
Certainly. I will also allow you to... You can try your hand at Ether Sense, or you can roll Presence again. I will also allow Caroline, you may roll Ether Sense again.
What did it smell like?
That's going to be a 13.
13.
I don't think Mordred wants to. Just presence. Flat 10.
10. I mean, I'll say for Mordred, like, they just are an odd thing to you, but they're speaking reasonably. They're being, like, clearly perturbed, but is not, panicking, freaking out. Like,
they speak in a cadence. I feel like Mordred, the thing that keyed Mordred in the first place is they speak like monks, like a monk. That more like the in that kind of dialect, in kind of tone.
Mm-hmm. They're speaking.
They're using words Mordred does not understand.
I would say speaking with an education higher perhaps than what Mordred was given.
Yeah.
Remind me again, Caroline / Pariah, what you just rolled.
It should be a 13, I think.
13. Okay. You feel that same connection, but this time it is weird, and it is a little fainter than it was so strong to you before, but maybe now you're all just in a cluster. You can't really tell, like, whether or not this feeling is so accurate or or maybe it's just a misinterpretation. But, like, in a weird way, it kind of makes sense. But it does strike you as bizarre.
Yeah. Big smile. She's been sitting on this wall, just kind of like kicking her feet off as she's been watching the knight talk to this thing. The day just keeps getting more and more interesting.
Johann from behind you. Too interesting.
Oh, but that's what makes it fun.
Are you all the rescue brigade? You seem like kind of a eclectic bunch.
Thank you so much.
I didn't know metal things could talk. I didn't know pieces of metal could talk.
And I didn't know a pumpkin could talk, but look, today is full of so many surprises.
Oh, I'm not a pumpkin. This is my hat.
Oh, you're funny.
I think that's technically
Thank you.
considered to be a mask at this point rather than a hat.
I've heard things on heads referred to as hat. So this is a hat.
Very well.
I'm losing my fucking... I'm losing my mind.
To answer a friend's question from before, Runt like points at all three of them, and then like slaps in front of him. Friend, not friend. Friend.
Oh, they're friends, not like friend as in me, but friends as in friends.
I will say this for you specifically, friend. This mechanical thing does not smell like the rest of you.
I rescind what I said.
No, this thing smells of... It is metallic, it is oily, it is, purely synthetic.
In that case, I amend what I said. And he takes like one sniff at the robot and just like instantly shakes his head in utter disgust.
Not a friend. That's not good.
Well, I would say I'm certainly not an enemy. You just freed me from this dark, dingy prison. At least I assume it's dingy. I, once again, can't feel anything, and it's very strange.
Let's, get you to the street.
Sorry to have been something of a jailer, but unfortunately none of us were equipped to kind of gives this mechanical thing a once over. Again, just all skeptical, very brow extremely furrowed. Simply not equipped to assess you, frankly.
Understandable. I've had a few weeks, maybe, assessing what's going on myself, and I'm still a little confused, so... You know, no skin off my back. Very funny.
Johann does not look amused.
Her Runt
Deep
points at you.
frown.
No skin.
Not very edible then. No.
I love that
That's a
Runt is
shame.
more tactful than. Jeez. Johann is just. I feel like at this point he's started rolling with the punches with all of this. He just kind of looks between all of you. It's like, another reason I came to the wall. Now just addressing Mordred. Was to let you know that, unfortunately, because the roads have been so difficult to travel, those who have come in have not been able to leave. And this means the tavern's full. So, I mean, just kind of gestures around. I suppose we could give you all an empty house, or...
Is there a barn?
I will say this dingy basement was quite comfortable.
I thought you said you couldn't feel things, so how could it be comfortable?
I don't know, I'm just assuming.
Oh, very well.
I did lose all sense of time while I was in there.
Hey, DM.
Yes.
How long has Pariah been here? Does she already have accommodations?
You would have a room in the tavern.
Okay. Because I'm like, if she had a house, she would just be like, hey, over there.
Oh.
But if I have a room, then that's fine. I can't keep 5 people in that room.
No, not comfortably, no. And I think you would be scant allowed to do such a thing.
Yeah, exactly.
May I inquire as to who all of you are and just where exactly I am?
Alright, I'll give the spiel again. You are in the last bastion. If this place has ever known a different name, I don't know it. The year is 990 something.
I'm sorry, 990 something?
Unfortunately, the specifics are lost on us. Keeping track of the years has become more and more difficult.
You see the metal man just kind of like his whole like apparatus just kind of like and like sinks on itself a little bit.
Yes, I'm sure this is shocking news for some of you. If there was a world out there that you knew before, it is no longer that way.
Run's stomach audibly groans, and he looks over at friend.
Ah, right. Guess we haven't found a nice little clump of flesh recently, have we?
He turns around and sees a cat. He doesn't do anything
I don't
about
know.
it.
The last time we ate one of those things around here, we got chased out. Remember?
Mm,
I don't think we can eat that one.
he looks very sad.
Johan raises an eyebrow, just like, do I need to be concerned for the animals?
No, we don't want to be. We don't want to have to leave again.
Good. In regards to staying anywhere for the night, one family has generously offered to avail what little room they have and at least one night's meal. So, take it or leave it.
Would they have anything that I could imbibe?
Just kind of looks. The expression on his face is kind of like just humorless as he takes you in. And it's just like, not to be too blunt, but just kind of gives you a look, like raises his eyebrows at you. What exactly does something like you eat?
Truthfully, I have no idea.
Let's start with bread, meat, whatever we'll have. Whatever you are gracious enough to share. We'll go from there.
Well, you'll have to talk to Lila Andreas about that.
Lila Andreas? Lila Andreas.
Andreas.
Two
Um.
separate entities, it seems.
If you would not mind leading, or simply pointing.
Yeah, this way. Kind of starts leading you back toward the tavern. Oh, my middle mouse click has decided to stop working. I love that for me.
This time, instead of the pariah's feet, he's going to start sniffing at the knights.
There is something about Runt that I think reminds the knight of its experiences with wild animals on occasion, and they will like stop walking briefly to allow Runt to like inspect fully.
He pauses at your stoppage, thinking that you're going to hurt him, but then when you don't, he continues. He actually just circles around you for a moment before lurching his back, and you see him spit out a piece of the bone he was eating earlier, and like and like nudging it to your feet as if he's trying to offer you something to eat.
The knight will grasp it and again like crouch down a little bit and Runt. Just like almost bemusedly, just what do you smell? What do you sense?
Friend. And he slaps the ground in front of you.
I hope you're right.
He nods excitedly.
We'll pocket the bone and slimy bone. And we'll
Put a slimy bone in your inventory.
Lightly chew. It's like when
I
you chew
ever
the,
wanted.
Chewed up slimy bone.
Shoot
it's like when
slimy
you
bone,
chew
got
up,
it.
like a number 2 pencil, and it just gives that to you.
Oh, I figured this
Shoot
was
up
like a
slimy bone.
piercing sort of poison weapon.
Yeah, that too.
Oh, they've got one of those too.
Jesus.
Oh god. Johan's quickly wheeling away. It's up to you to keep
Yeah,
the pace.
Pariah's there.
We'll catch back up with Pariah and friend.
He dexterously kind of like circles around you as you walk excitedly. He seems to have taken a liking to you.
Again, bemused.
In front of the tavern, you see, at least 2 Mordred and Pariah, the familiar faces of a few people who were in the tavern, as well as one of the blacksmiths who had opened the door. The younger man with a very obviously pregnant woman and a younger child. And as they're kind of having something of a not quite tense discussion, but Dreas seems to have a kind of air about him, this tension, whereas Lila seems a little more lax. And as you approach, they break from their conversation, turning to you. Johan says, seems like you may have dinner guests. Lila steps forward and says, wonderful. More than expected, that's fine. Andreas just kind of stands brow furrowed.
Happy to abstain if there's not enough.
Oh, there's enough. Kind of elbows Dreas. Dreas kind of... Yes, there's enough.
There's enough. Runt looks at like the party, and then looks like down at himself, and then he points at himself as if he's asking, even for me.
I feel like Lila kind of picks up on that and just gives like a nod and a wink. And I guess you can interpret that as you will. I don't think she fully like just...
It's a
whether
happy
or not
gesture.
yeah,
Sure.
whether that's a gesture you understand is up to you.
Yeah. He understands it well enough to know that, yes, room for you, Run.
All right. Oh. Then kind of despite the lighting, it is, imagine this but more gray as the sun is starting to lower. Then if you all don't mind coming this way, and the three begin walking towards the house across the street. Walking and talking at the same time. Johann starts to wail away. My name's Lila. The stoic one's name is Dreas, and kind of, again, gives him a nudge. And the young one is Theo.
Hello, new friend.
Theo is stuck to her side, kind of, shy.
Happy to meet you all, and thank you for your hospitality.
Certainly, certainly. It's always a special occasion when there's, well, those newly revived. Kind of looks and smiles at you, Mordred.
I think Mordred is a little uncomfortable in this moment, having some history with staying in other people's homes, though usually at their dismay. But is trying to make themselves as non-obtrusive as possible.
Yeah, I mean, if you show discomfort, I feel like Lila largely just blithely leads you all in. Doesn't seem too concerned. Dreas is kind of keeping an eye on you all. Theo is just sticking to Lila's side.
Understandable. Maybe an odd request. Would you happen to have a wash basin or mirror?
Oh, certainly, if you don't mind going out to the well to get a fresh bucket of water.
Not at all.
Just be sure to put the lid back on.
Of course. We'll happily take whatever bucket of whatever size.
Dreas will gruffly point in the general direction of the well. Just out behind the house.
Yeah, we'll grab the bucket and go.
You go to the well. And it has a heavy lid covering the top. I won't have you don't need to roll strength to open it or anything. You just notice that when you do, it's quite heavy.
Yeah.
You also notice as you put the bucket on the rope and lower it down, it's a deep well.
I think, yeah, lowers. Keeps lowering it. And I
After
think when-
it seems unusually long before it finally hits water with a pretty resounding echo.
Yeah. I think this kind of helps Mordred get to just the non-normalcy of this as an environment, just like understanding that this well has stood so long that it is, I mean, who knows if it's running dry, but just has been relieved of much of its water already at this point.
But yeah, you do get water.
Mordred will hesitate a moment before going back inside with the bucket, sets it down, replaces the lid, and then we'll wait for the water to settle until it stops rippling back and forth, and then we'll look down onto its surface and remove their helmet.
Certainly. I mean, it is up to you what you see.
Nothing it wants to.
Yeah.
I think it is only shock that delays them from replacing their helmet. They also know they have to eat, presumably.
You do feel, as the day has gone on, your thirst has been partially quenched due to the water that Johann provided, but you begin to feel that familiar, I mean, the smells of food and kind of waking up. Your body is remembering, and you're starting to feel that gnaw.
Sigh. Doesn't love that, but hey, you take what you get. Hefts the bucket and brings it back.
Wonderful. I would like to say everyone has gone inside by this point, and I will, again, just... How much do I want to worry about bringing everyone inside? We can...
Don't worry too much about it.
I like the
Just show us which house it is, if you want.
It's just the one right across from the tavern. So,
Okay.
if you want to transport yourselves, you may, but I can also just teleport everyone inside.
I got it.
Boop. Oh, well, there goes Runt. Runt is on the next floor, apparently.
It was on the roof.
Runt is really excited. I don't know where he went.
Runt was on the roof.
Where are you?
Oh,
It's
several bad
certainly
things.
a tight fit with all of you in here, but it's warm. There's a fire going. It is homely and fresh in here. Like,
Oh, I just
it's not too bad.
realized several-
I think, honestly, in their travels, both Runt and Friend haven't been in many houses.
It is unlikely that you have been indoors in this way, in a lived-in space. You may
Yeah.
have come across abandoned places that were not barred to you. But yeah, this is certainly like a warm fire, candles, like furniture and you know, all the objects of home. Would you like to open a door?
I can't get in.
Oh, oops. You're in the basement, silly.
Again?
Not
There's
again.
stairs.
Here, let me...
Gentlemen.
I literally could not, like...
If you
My
shift
thing
click
was-
yourself, you can teleport around.
Shift click. Okay. Well. Okay. I'm in.
Once you're all in and seated around the table, kind of Lila starts like busying herself. Dreas is more so just, again, continues to sort of keep this reticent eye on you all. There's not malice there, but certainly, again, it's your strange new faces.
Wow.
If not malice, is it disdain still?
It is. You are in his family home, near his heavily pregnant wife.
Yeah. You know what? Fair. Extremely reasonable.
Honestly, that's kind of valid.
Go off.
And Theo kind of stays nearby either of them. And Lila just starts, like, happily, for lack of a better term, yapping at you all. They're just like, so many new faces, in the Bastion. I suppose it's maybe too much to ask, where you might all be from.
I'm
The,
from a basement just down the road.
I'm from a hole.
The Royal City?
Ah, a kindred spirit, I see.
All of these things are incredible.
Oh, so you're from a hole in the Royal City, you are, then.
I have some recollection of the Royal City, not very much, mind you, at this moment in time. But not as I am now.
Of course. You speak like some people I used to know there.
What? Is that so?
Learned people. People who of a higher understanding.
If I were to say the Royal Academy, is that like a thing?
Sure.
Okay.
So you know folks from the Royal Academy, then?
A few. Did not, was not afforded attendance myself. It was not my position to have, but some of my brothers and sisters, and I knew a number of members of the clergy who had attended.
I see.
Runt.
Yeah.
You get the sense that, Theo keeps looking at you in particular, kind of shyly.
Runt's like he's kind of lifted his skeletal helmet, and his face is just dug into this apple basket. And you can hear just like crunching sounds. Eventually, when he's sated, he turns around and kind of like sprawls out on the smooth stone next to the fire. A hearty belch.
You get the tiniest little, like, bit of like, reserved laughter from Theo, and he kind of mimics you and, like, lays out on the ground next to you, mimicking your posture.
Truly sorry.
No, please.
Truly a beast in the form of a man.
And as he kind of like lays down next to him, Runt will get up on his forearms as if he's like weary of him for a moment, and then sniffs at him, postures his head to the side.
Theo kind of, like, it's not a full flinch, but sort of, like, like, leans away as if uncertain. When he does, you see that, Theo has a very prominent, like, it is not old enough to be scarified. But it is a red, angry, healing wound across his face.
And he spots it, and instantly, this is something that, like, animals or people can recognize, like, just the wounds of another. And he sees that, and he kind of turns his head again quizzically and will lift up some loose bandages attached to his chest. And you'll see this, like, gnarly, like, two-clawed cut that kind of trails down. It's much more healed than his is, and he slaps at it before, as if to say, like, oh, hurt? Question mark. Whether he interprets that is up to you.
Theo watches all of this closely, very curious, very intrigued by you. Kind of gets a look of empathy, of understanding, and then kind of covers his own wound with a hand and shakes his head no.
Runt hesitantly kind of paws away at his hand as if, like, he wants him to stop covering it, and then beats at his chest twice with his fists.
I think at this, Theo just sort of tilts his head inquisitively, not fully understanding.
How the hell am I gonna... Okay.
I'm so sorry. The one partially verbal character talking to a non-verbal character.
It's fun. It's fun. I asked for this. This is a prison of my own making. And he okay. Go to someone else while I think of something to say.
Okay.
That's my turn.
Dreas, who's been watching all of this while Lila putters about getting dinner ready, kind of squinting at you all, he really doesn't know what to make of all of you, but decides to focus on Mordred as, Mordred and the, mechanical man is the only two who have really, like, had much to say. I'm sure you're disappointed to hear that the royal city isn't properly standing anymore.
So I had heard. Though, something about its walls being, impenetrable was the word I was told.
It's simply difficult for anyone to get in or out. Those who try are seemingly never heard from again. I would say it does one good to see for themselves, but in this instance, well, I suppose that's your risk to take.
Indeed.
But you speak of the city of knighthood. You do you still consider yourself well, what was it that you did in your time to Mordred?
Um, I, with the guidance and direction of one of the members of the royal estate, I handled threats to the kingdom of Urkdoma with some expedience. Just my order as a whole, the first knights were assigned the task of those deemed too dangerous for our ordinary soldiers and deputies, and those who were not themselves able to reckon with the dangers of magics.
Atreus looks mildly impressed.
But the short answer is I did whatever I was told. The others of my kind called me Ox, for I was a workhorse and loyal to my partner to a fault. Though I still question what fault there is in loyalty to your allies.
A much needed trait in these trying times. He looks as though there's something. He kind of keeps looking between you and Lila. Lila seems preoccupied at this point. Is idly listening to the conversation, but is not paying full attention. And kind of looks away from her, and then at no one in particular. You were talking about your ability to deal with dark magics.
Magics, yes.
Just kind of shrugs, as if it makes any difference to him. Perhaps you're well suited then to help clear up these roads. None of us common folk have the means to do it ourselves.
No plowshares to beat into swords and horseshoes to beat into spears.
Not enough people. Lila kind of stops what she's doing and stands listening. When people go out, it's a toss-up however many will even come back, if any at all. And with fewer and fewer people around, we simply don't have... Well, if I were to go out, and Lila kind of turns to look at him in disapproval. It's like, I know. If I were to go out, say something happens, things then don't get done around here. It's getting to the point of, well, we're all isolated. No one to take anything back and forth, no one to bring any news.
Gladly. Enough said.
Well, if you do find yourself going out, which it sounds like you might, we were supposed to get things from the nearby abbey that haven't come yet.
May I ask what may be considered to be a silly question?
I mean, ask him if you got him.
What happened?
Oh, you mean the fall.
Sure. All I remember is that this last bastion... Actually, let me rephrase that. I don't remember very much, and this is called Last Bastion. So I assume it is the last bastion in defense of humanity from some great force of evil or nature or some other here thing.
I mean, you actually have the long and short of it. Very astute. Long before any of us can remember, things started getting worse. Things were good at one point, now they're not. We've been able to get by for, well, at least this last generation or so, but recently things have gotten worse and worse. So yeah, this is largely considered to be one of the last standing cities in all of Doma.
Are there no stories told of this fall? No mythos?
I mean, a written history? Not really. Once it started happening, well, things just sort of got so far out of hand so quickly that it was every man for himself. Some tried to work together, some couldn't. Some just couldn't. Things began appearing in the dark corners of the world, crawling out of the forest, crawling out of the barrens. Attacking, destroying whatever they could reach.
What precisely do you mean by things?
Monsters, creatures, gobs. At the word gobs, Theo visibly flinches.
At his flinch, unless there's something else you wanted to continue with that conversation.
Oh, you may take notice.
Runt kind of like brings his attention back to him, kind of like waving his arms around lightly. And he again kind of like lifts up, shows a scar, beats at his chest once or twice, realizes it's not getting through, and he looks over at his mother, kind of slapping at the floor behind her to get her to turn to him.
Yeah, she does.
And she kind of sniffs, or he kind of sniffs idly at her, and sees the bulge in her stomach. Another thing that you would notice. And he looks between the two of them, looks back at Theo. Mama. Slaps at her feet.
I mean, soon to be, sure.
Need strong. Mama.
You're going to Friend has said that a few times. I don't know what it means. What does that?
And he slaps again. Doesn't slap, but like kind of gently puts a hand out to kind of like press a finger to her stomach.
Something inside there?
Tiny.
That's a
Tiny
baby.
you.
And he looks back at Theo. Need
Oh.
strong for tiny.
Oh, makes a
okay.
new...
Theo's eyes
Oh.
light up. He seems to like ponder that for a moment.
And like as he's pondering, he run kind of like does a slight little crawl back over to him, and kind of presses 2 fingers along the length of his scar. He has no social boundaries. And again lifts his own scar. Make strong for tiny.
Theo, kind of nods in understanding, but also looks a little like... There's an expression of like... It's just kind of sad, to be honest. And kind of sits cross-legged across from you, Run, and like touches and thinks over what's being said about, and he actually, if I can have everyone actually bring their attention to roll briefly. He scrounges off to the side, and you see stacks of like parchment paper and charcoals and crayon like utensils, drawing tools basically. He pulls out an image. How can I... Here.
Oh.
Boop. Oh, can I not? Hmm? Apparently I cannot... How do I... There we go. I was like, how do I share this?
Oh.
Oh, that's really small.
Zoom
I'll have
in.
to zoom the fuck in.
Zoom.
Oh, we're zooming, baby. Let's do it.
Beware, gobs.
There's no chiaroscuro in this.
I love this.
The image is violent. It is very clearly people being attacked by... You would be familiar with these kind of figures, these pseudo-humanoid, horned, big-mouthed, toothy creatures. Although, before now, you probably would not have had a name to call them by.
Oh, those aren't friends.
Does he draw this in front of the 2 of them?
It was already drawn. He's pulling it out of a stack of drawings that he's been doing.
Mm.
And kind of with an amount of urgency, like passes it to you, like gestures at you, like pay attention to this, like.
Ron kind of runs his fingers along them, or along the colors. Just ponders the image to himself.
Oh, it's one of these. Friend will pull out from the sack of bones another goblin bone.
I think Lila very gently puts a hand on Friend's shoulder, like,
Hmm?
if you wouldn't mind keeping such a thing, don't lose your personal belongings. Just
Oh, okay, of course. I'll put it back in there.
But both Lila and Dreas have a kind of like sad expression. Yeah. Poor young Theo came to us recently. All he had was a ragged old work animal. Poor thing was just clinging to its back. We can only guess what happened to the poor fellow. And Lila just kind of turns away. Well, he's safe enough now. Welcome to stay as long as he wants.
I think Runt, looking at the picture and then looking back at Theo, he'll point to the monster that he drew and point at his scar.
Theo looks at this inquisitively and then pulls out a new fresh sheet of paper and a charcoal over to very quickly and crudely draws an approximation of you attacking a gob and then holds it up to you as if to say, like, you did this?
He nods, kind of understanding loosely what he's trying to tell him.
A light of admiration lights up in Theo's eyes.
And Runt will kind of punch at the paper. Kind of like crush it under, like crushing and creasing it under his fist. And then just beat his chest again.
Theo.
Yeah, continue, please.
I think Theo is just enthused by this and kind of does like kind of a shadow box at it too.
He's like hyping him up. The two of them are just beating the paper.
I feel like Dreas has been very serious this whole time, but seeing this and kind of getting a sense of everyone seems to like loosen up. He seems almost hopeful now.
Strong. And he punches him one more time. Strong. Make strong. You strong.
You don't get a negative, but you can tell that Theo isn't fully convinced yet. He just seems to like kind of he doesn't want to like refute what you're saying, but he doesn't really want to like fully embrace it either. You can tell that this there's still a fear.
Yeah. It's weird because I think Runt kind of relates to him because in a strange sense he is also a Runt. And I don't think he knows what else to really say to him other than just kind of eventually curling up again by the fire, full or belly full of apples, and just kind of sits there.
I think Theo will just idly, like, this non-verbal conversation having sort of come to pass, idly, like, pushes some paper and drawing utensils towards you. Not insistently, just, like, it is a gesture of, these are here if you want them. And starts doodling on his own.
I think he'll pick up a crayon, thinking it's food, and eat one. And promptly spits it out when it doesn't taste good.
I think Theo only pouts a little bit, just like, oh man, my crayon!
That was my only thread. And then it kind of, as it like sprawls out along the paper, it like makes little lines, and then kind of rolls it around the paper as it kind of just makes funny colors on the page, and it amuses him, so he just does that.
Oh, Runt discovers watercolors.
Yeah, Runt discovers watercolors. I don't think he's going to be doing anything else but that. So if anyone else wants to do stuff, please feel free.
Yeah, if there is no more immediate conversation, it doesn't take long before there's plates and food in front of everyone. Lila being unsure who to actually offer it to. So just making it all available. The food, again, is...
Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, the food, again, in your experience, Pariah, has been super basic. This is good in the sense of, like, it is the fundamentals. It is salty, clearly, like, an amount of, like, broth was used, some herbs and spices, but, like, it's still just, like, it sure is whatever grain is available and, whatever, like, dried protein that was able to be made more palatable.
Yeah. I mean, she is, thanks Lila when it's set in front of her, and she'll just begin eating, but, like, takes a few bites and then puts it down, and just starts watching everyone else, because she's just curious if she's literally the only one that can eat, because the only one that she has seen consume anything is Runt, who just tried eating a crayon. So...
It wasn't glue.
Friend will look at it for a moment and pick it up. Because Friend looks like he's hungry. And will just contemplate for a moment as he puts it to his pumpkin. And we're like, And then it will just think for a moment. And then we'll just slowly slip it under the little crack in the pumpkin, or plop it in his mouth. And you hear those nasty munching noises.
Jeez. Yeah, it sure is just teeth, huh?
Yeah, but the thing is, here's what I don't know if people would hear. Because it just go through him. And hit the chair and his pelvis. I don't know if anyone hears that, but it's what happens. If anyone notices, Friend isn't noticing, because Friend is eating.
Is there a small puddle underneath Friend right now?
Well, it's probably covered by cloth for now. But
yeah, I think it just sort of gets caught up in your clothes, is sort of the way it's gonna go.
For now. But yes, Friend is eating. I don't know if he can taste.
Do we want to roll to find out?
Yeah, let's roll to find out if he can taste. 10 and above he tastes, I guess?
Roll for olfactory senses.
Yeah, you know what? Flip a coin about it.
Okay.
I'll say high, yes, low, no.
Low, no. He does not taste anything, but he eats because according to his character sheet, he does canonically feel the need to eat and drink.
Oh my gosh.
So he is eating and it satiates him. Ah, that's good.
I love friend.
I think after an amount of
I don't think I have had anything quite like that. Like you put it in a put it in the fire or anything. I'm used to just eating. Me and Runt here usually just eat directly off of whatever the meat's on. This is interesting. I'm happy we came in here, Runt. Now I know what we were missing.
And Mark gets excited and also just starts.
Oh no. Alright, roll to see how much food Runt just spills all over the place.
Did she put out food in front of him?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
He, in that case, he pointed or kind of nudged it back over to her. Because he already ate 1, and 2, need to eat tiny. And he again pushes the food against towards her.
Well, that's awfully sweet, but not exactly how it works.
Tilts his head.
Look, if you're hungry, feel free. It's for you.
He leaves the food at her feet and continues to draw, quote unquote, by the fire.
All right. I'll set it aside.
Anyway,
Thank you.
I think the night clocks that Pariah is watching everyone, and it's finally like, well, all right, can't get around this anymore. And will remove its helmet. And you see that just sunken eyes. It looks like there is a portion of its skull missing. You can see straight to the gray matter in the side of its skull. And its facial features somehow communicate sheepishness as it reaches down to eat what it has been given.
I didn't know still ones could walk or talk. I've seen a lot of you on the ground. Don't move though.
Well, this is a first then, I suppose, for more than just you.
I'm sorry, I have to. You pulled off your helmet. He thinks you killed the knight. And is instantly in front of both friend and the mom-to-be, and is growling at you from like the the like edge of the table. He doesn't know who you are anymore.
Wolfman,
Again,
mind your manners, please. You're inside of this nice person's home. You don't need to resort to violence in here.
Going back to like base animal handling instincts, the knight will continue eating and like quizzically look at Runt for a minute and then just like hold out a palm and go sniff.
No way.
He does reach his head. He does reach his head over.
Yeah, same smell, same person.
He's still freaked out, but he does slink back a little bit. But he is eyeing you. But he's not doing anything about it anymore.
The knight has its helmet off exactly as long as it takes to eat everything on its plate, and then it promptly puts it back on.
Are there any bones left over from the meal? Out of curiosity, are there just there's no meat on the bone, I'm guessing. It's dry. This was all dried.
Yeah,
Like
I'm gonna say that there just weren't there weren't bones involved in this particular meal. It was more of a like stew and potatoes type deal. Just like, yep, that sure is rice and whatever. a starch and something else.
Friend, you seem to have dropped something on your everything.
I have?
Friend P.
I do not
Oh.
think it is that.
Oh, that. Yes, that happens.
I'm sorry, did you say friend P?
Yes, I did.
It must be very uncomfortable to eat with a pumpkin on your head. You can take it off. We are all friends here, aren't we?
Oh, yes. But in the past, I don't want to show my face. People don't like my face.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Well, I don't know. Well, I don't want to have to leave here again.
Lila will put a hand on your shoulder again, very kindly, and say, "You've shown that you're friendly, friend. Feel free to make yourself more comfortable."
What do you think, Ron?
Friend.
I think that's a yes. So friend will take his pumpkin off and go and put the pumpkin on the table, revealing bare white bones. Do I have to leave now? And he looks direct from everyone, and then directly to... Sorry, what was the child's name again?
Theo.
To Theo.
Theo... I think Theo doesn't actually react as strongly as you would expect. Neither do Dreas or Lila, though Dreas certainly, arches a brow. I think Lila's also just trying to be polite at this point. Theo just kind of tilts his head at you. He seems more at ease than he did a little while ago. He's stopped hiding at this point.
Well, that's good. I guess the people are different here. That's good. I'm gonna keep this pumpkin though. Good
Did
hat.
you have an incident before?
A what?
An incident? You say people were unkind to you?
Oh yeah. People don't. When me and Runt here went up to other people, they usually just started yelling, and and we had to leave because people came after us. Wasn't good. I don't think people like bones that much.
I'm afraid your appearance doesn't inspire much confidence. You had kind of the right idea. Well, the fact that we weren't necessarily able to make our first impressions based on, kind of gestures broadly at your appearance. Unfortunately, not all those who walk about are as present of mind as you are.
Well, I don't know what that means, but okay.
There's things, Dreas now speaks up, things that may look like you but are not as friendly as you.
Oh, that's a shame. I wonder if there are more people. Haven't seen anyone like me. Weird.
You've gotten lucky then.
Have any of you seen people like me?
Never a walking skeleton. Skeleton, yes, but never one that walks and talks and wears a pumpkin as a mask.
Hat. It's a hat. Stop calling it a mask.
A little bit of both.
It's a hat.
It is a mask.
I don't know why everyone wants to keep telling. Look, People always have these weird names for me. Run's the only one that can name things correctly here. Run called me friend, and that was okay. Not perfect, but it's okay. Everyone wants to say this is mask. It's a hat. I called it a hat. It's a hat. I decided it's a hat. Stop saying it's a mask.
Oh, I'm sorry if I offended you, friend.
Well, I'm not happy.
Oh my god.
And my most sincerest apologies, friend.
Well,
She, like,
okay.
wipes away, like, a fake tear at her eye.
Okay.
Kind of, again, Lila kind of sidles up and gestures at the pumpkin. Says, well, since you're not using your hat any longer, is it alright if I, take this out? Unless you'd like to keep it? She kind of looks dubious. How long have you had this pumpkin?
This was a recent acquisition.
Alright, fresh pumpkin.
Well, if I don't need it, I guess you can have the hat.
Kind of with an expression, like, that sort of, like, terse, like, pursed smile as she sort of, like, picks it up and whisks it away, clearly to be, like, tossed out or, like, mulched, given to the animals.
As she does so, Runt kind of starts approaching the metal man. Again, similarly to everyone else, sniffing at him inquisitively.
I'm afraid I probably smell like nothing but rust and metal.
No skin.
I smell like skin?
No skin.
No, of course I don't have skin. I'm made of this preposterous metallic form.
Why no skin?
I don't know. I get the feeling, though, considering that this man's a skeleton, and that this one has their brains showing, we're all dead. This is hell or purgatory. That's my hypothesis.
Not dead.
You're
Am
not
I?
dead.
Am dead.
Have you died?
Oh. Run's having an existential crisis.
Join the crowd!
Run just sits and just like holds at the sides of his skull.
I mean, yeah, up to you, Rent, how much you, I mean, do you know?
Well,
do you remember?
I mean, he was like born, and
Yeah.
you know, so it would be like remembering a very distant childhood memory.
Yeah, then... Yeah, to you, this is kind of a foreign concept. You hadn't really thought about this way before.
Mm-hmm. So I think he just kind of sits and he ponders. You don't know what he's pondering. But his like
pondering.
3 brain cells are moving in there.
And you, silly clown person,
Yes?
have you also died?
Oh,
You
several
also-
times.
Several times? Recently?
I'm not so sure about recently, but enough.
Would you care to explain the nature of your return?
I don't know if it's anything that interesting. I just remember dying, and then the next moment I woke up in a pile of bodies. I had to dig myself out.
Oh, you also from a hole.
I am from a hole, yes. Except I have
Yeah.
all my skin and
So
organs.
did you make that?
Have only your
Did,
own.
so did-
Go on.
oh, so you came out with all.
You cut out at the very end there.
With all the meat.
All the meat.
I do have
Yeah.
everything, yes.
Oh. I didn't come up with everything. I had to get a couple things. Didn't have this, holds up his hand. Had to get that.
Exciting.
Dre is kind of mumbling, just suddenly was getting comfortable and the talk turned more morbid than he was expecting and just kind of clears his throat and mumbles, yeah, more and more common for those of, well, the revived to start appearing, though I will say, kind of looks at the bunch of you, you're maybe the most, unusual cases we've seen here.
The knight does a quick inventory to make sure it has all its bits. Arms, toes, fingers, toes. Good. Okay. Distaste. Didn't like having to worry about that.
Are you missing something? Oh,
I don't think so.
are you sure?
I'll update you later.
Fabulous, please do.
For whoever's done eating, Lila will clear away plates. She seems really tired at this point. she throughout the evening started with a surprising amount of energy and now seems to be slowing down.
Ox is happy to do chores.
Oh, you needn't bother.
Please, allow me.
There
That's
will
very
be
kind.
some chores because the minute that friend stands up, there's just a good bit of slop that falls out. Okay.
Masticated food.
Glop.
Disgusting.
No waste food. And goes to eat it.
The problem solves itself.
Oh, that just made me dizzy. Oh my god.
It's like a dog eating its own vomit. It's horrible. Absolutely wretched.
I'm so glad. This is exactly how I wanted it to be.
Lila and Dreas
Oh, I was.
politely look away, and Theo is doing that, like, quiet laugh under his breath. He thinks that's funny.
He offered some to the Tin
I
Man.
just realized that the Tin Man can probably feel the need to vomit, but can't vomit. I wonder how that feels as a concept.
I mean, up to the
I'd love to
mechanical
know.
man. Do you feel mental anguish at this visual? Like, you
I
don't
think
have a.
It's more of a huh. You know what I mean? It's like you're
Yeah.
watching this and you're just like, okay.
Are
That's
you
not
like
as though-
actively? Are you like actively watching him? Because he will offer you some. Just like in his hand, just point it towards you.
Oh no, you enjoy yourself. Please, you're cleaning up the mess that friend left behind. So that's very remarkable of you.
He continues.
Yeah, eventually everything gets cleaned up. People may help if they wish, but either way, it gets done. It is now very much nighttime. I'm afraid I only have the one extra room for whoever wants to, if you don't mind being a few to a room.
Have no fear, madam.
Oh.
I cannot sleep, therefore I need no bed.
Oh. It's kind of like, yeah, sure. Oh. Then I suppose do as you wish, as long as you do it quietly.
Very well. I shall find a nice corner to reside in.
And I think wherever he is, if there's someone in the room, it just looks like there's a fucking dude standing menacingly in the dark with glowing eyes.
Oh my gosh.
I think as and if folks are winding down, the knight is inclined to go speak to the metal man. Would you be inclined to a conversation?
I'm always inclined to a conversation, because it gets me out of my own head, which I cannot escape. It's all I have left of who I used to be. Please help me.
I'll do my best, then. You remember old Brickdoma, then?
Somewhat. I remember that I was a scholar, or a teacher, something. I was an academic of some sort, at least. I don't remember in what capacity.
Would you be interested in trying to see its walls again?
Very much so. I don't know about you, good night, but I have no idea what's happening here.
All right.
I don't know what this fall is. I don't know why there is a bastion. I don't know about these monsters they speak of. I'm quite befuddled by all of this.
I would be more than happy to explore it with you, if you would not mind. I wonder if any of the others would attend likewise, but I should like to know of what happened. And what is happening? Creatures, monsters,
And we
goblins.
are of like minds, which is very heartening.
Then, I hope you will not mind this old suit of armor walking beside you.
Well, from a new suit of armor, I think, to an old one. Nope, I've got nothing. I thought it would be a good line, and then I came up empty. I apologize.
No need.
But we are 2 suits of armor. There we go. That's something.
This much we know.
May I ask, how privately is this conversation being had?
Up to discretion. I don't think the knight is trying to be particularly private about it.
Yeah, I don't think the metal man really cares either.
Dreas, who was kind of idly smoking an evening pipe, has been just sort of listening to the natural flow of conversation for a while, looks between you two, and says, I know you said you would be interested in helping out a little.
Of course.
You're planning on going out anyways. Lila's too proud to ask or mention it, but I'm not. The Abbey has medicine that she needs. Badly. She puts on a brave face, but I know this has been hard on her.
I assume the Abbey's abandoned?
I mean, we don't know. Haven't been able to get word back from them in quite some time. The medicine was supposed to be here some weeks ago.
I will do my best, though I would not want to... Should there be any clergy there, I would not want to avail them of their own medicine, but we'll certainly request. Though it sounds like there is good reason to believe that no good people yet reside there. I'll my own musings on the situation aside, I'll certainly.
I mean, if you get there and anyone reasonable is about, they'll understand. I mean, it's what we asked for, what we traded for.
Of course.
I know we spoke of the gobs earlier. Something you may not know or understand about them. They aren't just... They're not simply monsters. They're an infection, a curse. They have this corrupting influence on others. When you're exposed to them, well, there's a high chance that eventually you'll turn into one too.
What was the boy's name?
Theo.
How long has Theo been with you?
Oh, several weeks at this point. Part of the reason we've been keeping him is to keep an eye on him. But, enough time has passed that we think his situation, ended differently.
Magic and curses are not predictable. Assume nothing. Keep an eye on him.
We shall.
I would hate for anything to befall you or him. That explains the spikes. Let none escape.
Yes, if you see one, kill it. Always. Every last one. When they get away, bad things happen.
This is a concept I'm familiar with. Not the goblins, but... it will be done.
Dreas nods grimly.
So just being in the presence of these gobs is enough to be corrupted, or does one need to be struck by them like a Like a claw infection, like rabies or something.
It's hard to put the exact to it. It's not as though we can properly study it or anything. It just seems as though when exposed, when in proximity, if any are left alive, then the selfsame infection, curse, corruption takes hold in whoever was exposed. There are different accounts. People say that you need to be attacked. Some say that just seeing them is enough. It's unclear. The only thing that's clear is once killed, it seems the curse won't take hold.
Where are your scholars in medicine? Medicine?
If you're talking about the Royal Academy, like where you're from, then surely they're still dead or imprisoned in the royal city itself.
This is most vexing.
Troublesome, to be sure.
But there could be such a plague about, and no one is studying it. It's very strange. How
Strange
can
times.
how can one cure that which they do not understand?
Easily.
Yeah, Dreas just kind of gives a dark laugh at that. How indeed.
Most kill because they do not understand.
Wanton slaughter is not an ideal world state. Think we all can agree?
It's not an ideal world state. My friend, the world is terrible right now. Just awful. There's kind of like... Lila? Like, was this sort of like cheerful, hopeful presence? Dreas is not. Dreas is the opposite. Dreas is exhausted and has this air of like defeat about him. He eventually knocks the gently smoldering tobacco out of his pipe, snuffs it out. Rest comfortably while you can.
What make you of our bunch, Metal Man? Do you have a name?
Not one I can recall. In fact, I don't think I know anybody's names here except for Friend.
And a curious name it is at that.
Not so much of a name as a moniker given, but so be it.
Sometimes monikers are more useful than names.
Shall we just call you Knight?
Or Ox, if you must describe personhood.
Ox. Very good. Ox it is. Since all of us seem to have these strange single-word names, Pariah, Friend, Maybe I shall be called... Rust.
Rust.
Rust Bucket. As a surname. That's very funny.
I think for the first time, there is a little rumble from beneath the knight's helmet. Just Rust.
I very much like it. I think it's
Ah,
sweet.
Our eyes were quiet for so long.
Where in the twin-headed basilisk did you come from?
I've been here the entire time. I was wondering when you were going to add me into your funny little conversation.
I still have a heart that can fail. Oh.
Hello.
I didn't think I could get startled in this state, and yet here I am.
I very much like your new moniker, Rust Bucket.
Well, thank you. I just chose it myself just now.
It's very fitting.
Thank you. I think.
You're welcome.
How did you come upon your name? Did you also name yourself?
Oh, no. I do not remember my name anymore. Unfortunately, a side effect of the, dying. It was given to me. I don't even remember their faces anymore. I just remember being called pariah all over the place, and I thought it fitting.
Were you subsequently kicked out of that place?
I don't remember. Probably. I've been wandering for a little bit.
Ah, very good. Okay.
Besides, names are all temporary anyways.
Oh. Don't let the existential dread get to you. Don't let the existential dread get to you.
I don't know about dread. Existential, though. Maybe.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking to myself.
It's okay. I do that too. A lot.
Hey, you know what, Rust Bucket? Just go ahead and give me a presence roll.
Fucking hell. The thing I've got -3 on? Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Am I the only one with a positive presence?
Believe that's the case, yes.
Yes. Yes,
that's
you
a,
are.
That's a 7 -3 for a 4.
Yeah, you're saying this mantra to yourself, and you need it. you,
Yeah.
like, this has been, you have not only been isolated for a while, but now you're surrounded by a bunch of people who are telling you the world is bad, and about all these horrible things going on, and people are sick and need medicine, and people are clearly, like, running low on food and supplies, and it's a lot to take in.
Yeah.
And you know what? You can't even... That all said, you're sitting in a warm room and you can't even feel it.
No. Just the cold emptiness of nothingness. It's great. It's fine.
You're fine.
Don't let the existential dread set in.
Don't worry. You'll get over it.
And then, Pariah, do you want to see the city?
Why not? I don't think I've ever seen it personally. Sounds exciting.
Well, stopping by the Abbey first. But Would be more than happy to add you to this merry band of nonsense.
Awfully
Should
kind
you
of
be
you,
so
Ox.
inclined.
I would love that. I've been cooped up here for too long now. And it sounds like the Terror likes this idea too.
You've mentioned that a few times. The terror. What, like... fear?
No. Different type of terror. Like an actual terror, not a terror. Someone
the
who has torn.
render.
I like that name too.
What is this of which you speak?
The one that guides me. The one that I speak for.
What kind of things does this terror ask you to speak about?
Very little to speak on, other than to just speak. See, plain and simple, I follow their will. They've made it out of here, of course. And I just wish to follow suit.
Made it out of here? Does that mean that they were here in this bastion, or were they in this purgatory-like state as well, and managed to go to a different continent, or what precisely do you mean?
Broke out of this reality.
Yes, of course. How silly of me to ask.
May I
The
ask, Mordred,
intersection between weft and weave, and that is where the tearing can occur. That's all.
May-
Continue.
May I ask, Mordred, what you were rolling for?
Pariah, you may or may not see their hand move, but after this small speech, you note that its gauntlet is on the hilt of its blade.
Have I said something to upset you, Ox?
I have a question of you, and I would that you would answer it to the best of your ability and very honestly. They very slowly draw Thorn, and don't wield it threateningly. It's this... The sword drawn from its scabbard is not made of metal. It almost looks like the in a broadsword, the hardest portion of the metal is called the spine.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's what holds the rest of the blade. That is very literal.
Okay.
In this sword, as it looks like it's made of sharpened bone and marrow. Does not look like it was fashioned that way, but looks like it was grown that way. And just asks, do you recognize this? Do you know what this is?
As I turn my head to the DM. If I need to make a funny roll for it, I will.
I'll ask you a question, which is... Did you, in your lifetime or new lifetime, interact much with witches?
I'm going to say no before the first death. Past that, it could go either way. It's really just... She would only really interact with people that kind of gave her the time of day.
In that case, I'm going to say not that you know of. Not that you would remember or, like, that would be notable to you. If you have, it has been very casual and very much in passing, and was not of note. So, would you recognize this blade? No.
Mm-hmm. I think she just kind of regards it. She, like, kind of moves around in her seat to, like, really look at it. Smile fades. No, I do not recognize it. I'm sorry, am I supposed to?
No. If you see another like it, run. You're very odd. I like you. I think you are curious and you mean well. I have been around fellows as odd as you before. And sometimes those fellows turn out to be very dangerous.
And she'll lean on the table again. Again, elbows on the table, resting her chin on her hands. Do you believe me to be dangerous?
Absolutely.
Good. You have your wits about you still.
I hope you're dangerous. We're going to be on the road soon.
I can take care of myself. I have before. And you?
Everyone is talking very, very seriously over here.
The bones
Are people
in the
not friends
shadow
over here?
and the firelight. I cannot keep going through this evening.
Oh, I think it's rather endearing.
Just wait. The animal thing will show up at some point from the shadows as well. Probably hanging out at the ceiling right now.
Runs is sleeping by the fireplace, scratching his stomach.
Run doesn't usually. Isn't usually moving around this time.
As soon as he saw it was
still.
dark, like a bird, he just went to sleep.
This time you have a warm, toasty fire, though. How luxurious.
Exactly. He's enjoying it.
Yeah, when he sleeps, I look out for the weird mouth things.
What of you, friend? Where are you going?
Usually I just stand around run. Am I supposed to go somewhere else? I haven't been in one of these before. Well, I've been in one of these, but it's never had that warm thing over there. Or these shiny things. Look, it points at all the plates. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I usually just stand around and watch until it gets bright again. What are you doing here?
Well, we were discussing a trip to the capital, and we're wondering if you might want to join along with us.
They stop by the abbey nearby. It seems that folk here need some medicine. If you might want to endear yourself to the citizenry, it sounds like you've had some trouble with that. This may help you with that somewhat.
Let's see if I'm not going to be kicked out again. That sounds good. Yes.
You probably won't have to wear your hats anymore.
Oh, that's good. It's hard to see in the hat.
You can see now.
Rust,
Yeah. Oh, yes.
disambiguate for me. Mask, hat, helmet.
Ah,
Oh, I
yeah.
like this game already.
Like a Siri. Siri, define hat for me.
A mask is something that is worn around the face to ambiguate one's face. A helmet is, it surrounds the head but can open sometimes, usually. Oh, damn it. It's not a mask, it's a helmet. The pumpkin was a helmet. We were both wrong.
It's a helmet.
You can call it what you want. It's a hat. I know it's a hat.
It is quite precisely a helmet, because a hat is worn on top of the head and does not cover one's
Why do
eyes
people
or...
always want to tell me what things are? Your skeleton, your thing. Runt was the only one who gets it.
Well, to
Runt
be
called
fair,
you
you
friend.
didn't know what it was before. Until Runt apparently told you it was a hat.
Well, yeah, Runt knows it. It sounded right.
I don't
And so you
think-
believe that to be the unequivocal truth. That it is a hat, not a mask, not a helmet. Not a pumpkin, it is a hat.
Well, the
It
pumpkin
sounds
was
right.
being used
It
as
is
a
right.
helmet.
A hat, then. Are you still going to wear your little hat?
I think the hat's gone now.
No.
I can make a new one.
You can make a new hat.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, how can you do that? I'm curious.
Well, I take one of these, pulls out a rib again. Then I just poke it into to the hat or to the pumpkin. Then I put a hole in it. I take out all of everything inside, and then I put it on my head. And then then I realized then I have to put these little holes in it in front of my face right here. Otherwise, I can't see anything. That's how you make a hat.
See with no eyes.
I didn't know that eyes can see things.
They can. See these right
Ah.
here, and she like points on pokes at the skin underneath her. That's how I can see it right now.
Friend puts out 3 fingers towards your face, almost as if to grab the eye.
Oh god.
I will cut off your hand if you get any closer.
That's not friendly.
Then please do not try and take my eye.
Is that not friendly?
To take my eye?
Yes.
Did I tell you
Again.
you could take it?
No.
Then don't not take it.
Okay.
I don't know if this is the part where I say taking things without asking is called stealing.
Listen to the rust bucket. He speaks true.
Thank you.
Things are all getting very loud now.
At the loudness, Runt will come back. Oh, wait. Can you hear me? Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, sick. My little funny thing wasn't letting him. Runt will kind of just slap his tired bone jaw down onto the table. Friend loud.
Oh. Looks like I'm loud again. And then, and then he's just sort of. Friend will just sort of walk backwards, back into a dark corner, and then just stand there like a statue.
I'm sorry, the thought of Rust Bucket in one, you in the other, just while everyone else goes to bed.
Standing in the parents' or the child's room, just staring intently into nothing.
Pariah, clearly this room will give the two of us more than enough room, given that it seems no one else sleeps.
Something like that.
Oh, and the runt seemed content.
Well, if you do want your own room, which I would understand after just waking up, I do have my own room still over at the tavern. I would not mind.
I
if
will
you
not.
simply wish to be alone.
I will not argue even a little bit.
Then I shall take my leave. I shall be back in the morrow.
Looking forward to it.
And I look forward to working with you, Ox. And she does a super exaggerated bow. And she's gonna go ahead and leave the house and return to her room at the tavern.
Yeah, absolutely.
The knight will apparently be the only one in the room. Which it is not upset about.
Runt crawls up at your feet.
This is fine.
Okay.
Will take another look at its belongings before, I think, while doffing its armor. Which takes a minute. The only clothes it has, really.
He would also be
check
wearing the appropriate, like,
underclothes. Yeah. Dresses down to its like gambeson and shortalls. Shortalls? Incorrect word. Whatever.
Small things.
Small things. I think takes stock of its belongings again, and especially like before lying down, considers the ribbon and small sheath. I think we'll having not inspected it before, draw the dagger from its sheath, kind of observe the oily substance on it, question mark.
Yeah, I mean, you draw it out, and I'll say presence, and the DC is quite low.
I'm on 2. Ooh, okay. It's a 13.
Yeah, absolutely. You would recognize that the way that this blade is that it is a blade that is meant to contain some kind of substance. It is not just a standard blade, but a blade that is both coated and filled with something.
Yeah. It doesn't like this. It sheathes the dagger again. It doesn't recognize it, and that concerns them.
Yeah, the fact that it was buried alongside all of your, what you would recognize as absolutely your most precious belongings. I mean, aside from the Witchblade, but
yeah, most precious belongings. Sets that down at the far end of the room.
You feel its malice even from a distance. In fact, if you don't mind, a familiar voice enters your mind. And very quietly, you hear just a sort of like, it awakens once again, much to our displeasure.
Your displeasure isn't the only one, Thorn.
Do you speak out loud?
Yeah.
Okay.
Runt, you hear the knight muttering to itself. It is not talking to you.
Runt scratches
So
at
I guess Trey?
By the way, are you still in like the kitchen area or dining
No,
area?
it's going back to its room, the room that had been designated for the group.
Oh.
Yeah, you do have a room here.
It will absolutely not kick you out if you want to come to that room. But there is no fire in there, I would assume.
Mm,
It's warm. The fire rises up to the room to keep it warm.
Okay, I rolled an even. He'll go with you.
Sick.
And he'll kind of like lift his head up, scratching at the back of his head. Why talk? Who talk?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
The voice continues in the back of your mind. You should have stayed in that box.
Why did you come with me?
To make sure that you know how hated you are.
Hard to forget. Why were you with me?
I'm always with you.
Ah, following me to hell then.
Yes, and I'll send you there.
Appropriate. Were you happy while I was asleep? What, 300 years of blissful silence, finally?
Finally, quiet, peace, no more bloodshed. You draw me once again to cause harm.
Needed.
The voice gets louder. It disagrees vehemently.
I am going to sleep.
Hypocrite, traitor, lech. It's just hissing
Lech.
curses at you now.
Did the sword just call the knight a pervert?
Fucking sword slut shaming me. Cancel it.
I can't believe it. In the year of our Lord.
5,000.
It's literally
Yeah.
just calling you any horrible name it can think of.
Yeah. I think it makes it somewhat different. The knight is like, man, being dead must have been great. From the quiet perspective, that must have been really nice. This again. Okay.
I think you're like constant talking because you're assumedly talking out loud.
Yeah, just mumbling. It's become a habit. The knight almost doesn't acknowledge that you're even there.
I think at some point he just like gets up. Horn talk too much. He just goes back to the fireplace.
Amazing.
The night passes on a little bit. Unfortunately, Yes?
Sorry. There is one thing I'd like to do after everyone's fallen asleep, if that's okay.
Yes, I also have one thing to do. So you may in the intermediate time.
Okay. You said that's... I'm sorry to have such a fixation on this. You said that sword was made of bone, correct?
It was made of bone. Ish.
Yeah, it is nothing like the bones you would be familiar with. It is certainly sort of distorted and messed up. It is
I think Friend is very...
Go ahead.
I think Friend is made very curious about that. And will at one point walk into the room and look at the sword and just wander to the... Do you have the sword on your person at all times?
Set it in its scabbard across the room. Is not at the knight's side.
I think Friend would approach the sword and try to just examine it. And what Friend is wondering is the sword compatible with him? Could he theoretically add it to himself?
I will give you this. Roll me an... I know this is not your wheelhouse, but roll me an ether sense.
That's a 1. Wait, no,
Okay.
that's just a 2.
Yeah, in that case, it's nothing like what you're used to. It is not like a limb, it is not like anything from the body in the way that you're used to seeing it. It kind of seems like purpose-built. This is surely a blade and not a body part.
Friend will, in that case, will look at it for a moment and then go back to his corner.
Very well. Unless anyone else has anything to say? Runt. From where you're resting in front of the fireplace. You managed to nap a little longer, before you feel little hands gently push against your shoulder.
I think he's instantly put on alert and immediately like goes back on Balls' feet like a cat with his back arched.
Well, with a look of surprise, there we go. Theo looks at you with this sort of like universal shh gesture and hands up. Again, quietly, finger still over his mouth, reaches behind himself and pulls out something wrapped up in fabric and holds it out to you.
Runt kind of falls onto his rear and as quietly as he can and gingerly goes to grab at whatever it is, just kind of looks at it, looks back at him.
Yeah, should you take it, Theo just nods, like pushes it more into your hands, and then again pulls that same drawing out, beware gobs, gestures between you, the drawing, and the blade. You have in your possession a black Kyrgyz dagger.
Runt sniffs at it.
It certainly is a dagger.
And he's undoubtedly seen these used before. He believes that they're just claws for regular people. He instantly hears like a sort of cooing voice at the back of his head kind of pipe up. Man claw. Take. Good. Yes, mama. And he takes it from Theo, kind of holds it in his hand, and holds it to his chest.
You may add black Kyrgyz dagger 2d4 damage to your inventory.
Dude, sick. I'm gonna eat it.
2d4?
Yeah.
That rules.
Yeah. You were kind to Theo.
Theo's the homie. Oh god, I don't have anything to give to him. Except I guess Jennifer Love Hewitt. He just looks at him, kind of setting the dagger between his legs and looking at him, and takes off his skull, revealing a young kid's face. The skin is a little off, as you could tell from the rest of his body. But his hair is long, and the flowing mane doesn't come from the skull, it comes from him. That's his hair. He holds up the dagger. No, make strong. And he puts a hand out to his chest. Beats at it twice, lightly, not to hurt him. This makes strong. Yeah.
Theo finally sort of, not as sure, but in that sort of like, I'll try way, kind of mimics that movement, beats his chest.
And he bounces up and down, again trying to quiet himself. Thank you.
Theo does the like polite nod. You get the sense that there's almost a kind of relief, like you have done something to kind of ease his anxieties.
And once again, he domes his big skull and curls up again by the fire. But this time, he pats twice at like an open spot that he left next to it, as if he wants to share in the warmth with his new friend.
Theo thinks for a moment, puts up a finger in the like wait one moment gesture, goes away for just a moment, and then comes back with some lumpy pillows and a scratchy blanket. Offers you a pillow and part of the blanket.
Kind of paws at it once or twice until eventually, like, curling up in it, getting stuck, like, kicking inside of it. And it reminds him of a warm hug.
Aww.
And it eventually settles him.
Theo takes the other pillow and just lays down next to you.
Good friend. Good friend.
He doesn't say it back, but you get the feeling of camaraderie.
And with the feeling of comfort, he goes to sleep. Just falls fast asleep, just almost instantly.
The night continues to pass. I have just a little more, but I would like another quick break.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Feeling good?
I need more water.
Yep.
Yeah, this is fun.
Awesome. Yay! I will be back shortly. We'll say like 10, like what, or 10, 15?
Or 10?
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. I need more water.
BRB. Alright. The morning comes, however faint though it may be. I'm gonna actually check my atmosphere settings. I think there we go. It's supposed to be dimmer than it has been. Everyone begins to wake up. Life continues in this little town. Eventually, both Lila and Dreas come down from where they were sleeping. Lila begins making a modest breakfast, kind of like breakfast porridge. If you're all gathered, Dreas begins speaking. It says, since it sounds like you'll be heading out, I figure as soon as is convenient. While we don't have much, the town will avail to you what it can. I'm a smithy. If you need things fixed, I can do my best. If you're in need of supplies, tools, what have you, they can be provided.
Johann mentioned something about silver.
If you've got silver, it can be made to reinforce your weapons. It seems these things don't like silver. The things that come up in the night.
And speak of weapons, who of us are armed? Kind of looks back at the group.
I have arms.
Runt puts up his arm. Dagger clearly
With-
underneath him.
Think
Oh,
I
okay,
start with a dagger? I think I was supposed to.
Oh yeah, if that was part of your starting equipment, or part of like your specialties, then yeah, you're.
I
allowed
don't
to start.
remember how to see it, but yeah. Because it doesn't say anything like on this initial class thing about it's like there, but I could have sworn I've seen it before. That was supposed to start with one.
I am willing to say that you start with a basic dagger.
Yippee! Knife.
I have a bit of silver. I'll go see the smith, I think. Rust, have you any armaments? Something you could defend yourself with?
No, not one thing. Just my very metallic fists.
Well, let's see if we can fix that. I might have an alternative for you if we can't find anything else, but see.
I would be interested in what you have to propose.
Just a dagger, a sidearm, but I am loath to go beneath two weapons, should the need be. Two is one and one is none, so.
That math does not make sense, but I have already reasoned that it is unreasonable to try and reason with any of you. So,
Matter of preparation, but we can discuss it later. All right. Yeah, the knight will eat. Gain strength for the day.
Yeah, if you are interested in having your weapons smithed, if you are interested in shopping, Dreas will lead the way. This is everyone's chance to actually spend any of the silver that they may or may not have rolled.
Yeah, happy to. Let me quick check how much silver I have. Is there like a shop? What's the deal with the shopping?
I'm gonna say basically everything available in the core rulebook is available except for, I'm gonna say, like, animals.
Animals. Okay.
If there's something you want, you let me know, and I will make a mental note of it and tell you what's reasonable for you to have.
Take a quick peek.
Ooh, okay.
People should also note your carrying capacity.
Yes.
Strength plus 8.
Yep.
How much would it cost me to get my shield repaired? Let's see if I can spot where that is. It's 20 silver new. Understandable if it basically just costs the amount of money it would take to buy a new one.
Yeah. I'll say,
Um,
since it's a repair job and not a new object, you're basically just covering the costs of labor and what's missing. I'll say small discount. Repairing one is I'll say like 16 silver.
Um. Is there any chance someone would mind lending me 6 silver? I'll ask ahead of time too. Can I buy armor?
Yes.
Can I flavor that as having my current armor repaired up to that, or I guess integrate? I guess I could just keep the helmet.
So there are explicit rules for repairing armor specifically. There just aren't for shields. You can repair from tier 1 to tier 2 for 25,
and tier 2 to
tier
tier
2
3
for 40.
Sick. Okay, never mind.
Yep.
Then yeah, I would like to repair my shield and upgrade my armor from tier 2 to tier 3.
You may. Make sure to subtract
So
that
I'm
silver.
gonna, yep. So that is 110 to minus 56. 64. How much silver do any of you have? Would you all need anything I can acquire for you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
That makes sense.
Shiny.
Yep. All right. Neither that makes sense. Yep. Okay. Rust, would you happen to be made of coins somehow otherwise?
No, I have no money whatsoever.
That figures.
Did you
Pariah.
pull out some coins by chance?
Yeah, they have a little leather satchel with some silver discs in it. Old money at this point, I would assume.
Still recognizably
that's
silvers,
silver?
but you know,
I was gonna say,
an
Yeah.
older coin. For
I used to
sure.
find there were a lot of those around the hole I was in. I thought they were just heavy.
They are that.
Runt digs around in his hair for a second and pulls out a leather pouch with 30 silver in it.
Oh my god, incredible.
His stash.
That is so much more than I have.
I got 2d6 times 10 at character creation. He just kept it
Holy
because,
shit!
well,
Fuck yeah, dude.
Runt, I don't know if you have anything your eye on, but I think the knight would urge Runt toward getting fitted for some light armor, like some padded fur.
he stares at you, offering the coin. He has no idea what you're trying to
Okay,
tell him.
let's get you a little bit more protected. We'll accept your coin, but yeah, would urge you to get some furs to help protect you. Yeah, tier 1 armor, fur, padded cloth, or leather.
He points at the Tin Man. Skin. Like he wants you to buy him skin.
Yes, we can. How about it, Rust? Would you like some armor as well?
I don't think I can actually use armor as my player.
Noted.
Right? Yeah. That's. I
Character
think
scheme.
I think I forbid it. I don't think it fits you.
You've been forbade.
Yeah, because I just have like naturally high toughness, anyways. Or something. I forget.
Let me check what your
Yeah.
toughness ended up being, just for my
Well-
own.
0.
Oh, did it? Was it really 0?
Yeah, but it's.
Oh well.
My hit points are still 12.
Okay, yeah.
12? Okay, wow.
Good.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I need to remember to have your sheet pulled up because yours is also distinct from.
You're an educated man? Thing? Do you ascribe to yourself manhood or womanhood or anything in between, Rust?
I was a man back in my flesh body. But
Then
you need not refer to me as such. Clearly, this thing does not have parts except for those that are replaceable and held on by screws and nails. So,
you are a scholar, regardless. Had you any weapons training, fencing?
No.
How about a club? Do you think you could swing something heavy at an attacker, should it cost you?
I can certainly flail about like a flopping fish out of the ocean.
Good enough. I'll spend 10 silver to get our metal man a club.
Because her dad let you.
Very good.
Anyone
Sturdy.
else? Pariah, do you think you could be adept with a perhaps a bow?
I don't see why not.
Do know that, unlike, blades, bows are tied to agility.
I can absolutely do that.
Alright.
I have +2 in agility.
It ranged is presence.
Oh, it's present, sorry. My bad.
Yeah.
I have a +2 in presence anyways.
There you go.
Defense is agility.
Correct, sorry. My bad. Thank you for catching that.
Wouldn't mind. Here. And she's going to take out her own coin purse and stack 10 silver pieces up onto the table.
Happy to add 3 to that to get you a short bow.
Oh, that's awfully kind of you. Thank you.
And another 10 to get you 20 arrows.
Very good.
Awfully kind of you. Thank you.
While you are buying weapons, do know that there are other things you may get as well. There is.
Yeah, I'm looking at
equipment and such.
food.
Like food.
Yeah. You do feel hunger. At least 3 of you. 3 of you, well, 4 of you feel hunger, but 3 of you require food.
Well, I'm glad they sought to bury me with a modest fortune, comparatively, I suppose. Shit.
Has the I forget her name.
Lila?
Lila, yes. Has she come out with food yet?
Oh yeah. Y'all would have been able to eat breakfast and have been able to go out and shop, as it were.
Oh, okay. Sick.
If
Never
you would
mind
like to speak to Lila or do anything, you may, but...
Oh, no, nothing in particular.
Boy. Food. Would anyone happen to know how far it is to the Abbey?
Would I know just for having stayed here for a little bit?
Yeah, you would know that it's approximately a day away.
Grunt and our
A day?
Oh, also, yeah, I mean, yeah, you would also know that. Dreas would know that. Basically everyone around you except for...
We were
Okay. We are
I'll
recording this
grab
more.
Oh, excellent. And a fire steel at the suggestion of Rust.
Very good.
Is the food single items or collective items? Is 9 food 9 items? It's food for a day for a person.
Food for a day for a person. I'll go ahead and say, like... That's a really good question. I would say you could
be,
probably
like, several
each
pounds or
hold
something.
a few, but if you hold all 9, that is quite a lot.
Then happy to distribute that food to those of us who will eat.
Hmm.
I think I'll actually give the fire steel to Rust if you would like to add that to your inventory.
Sure.
I'll say 2 or 3 food is like
Oh,
a reasonable
Rust is a
object.
walking Ferris wheel.
Okay. Then, yeah, 3 food for me, 3 food for Runt, 3 food for Pariah.
That works.
If you would not mind adding that to your inventories. I think that means I'm at capacity. Does the chewed up slimy bone take up an item slot in my inventory?
That is a small item. I will say
Okay.
it does not take up a full inventory.
Parentheses. Small. I need
I'll
to
say, like-
check my capacity.
More like if it can like fit in your pocket reasonably, then I'm willing to say that that's not the same as like an object, a big
Cool.
object.
And your shield and armor and weapons are all items in your inventory, correct?
I'll be honest, I hadn't considered it. I can look and see if there's any specific rule about that very quickly.
If they are, I am exactly at capacity. So as long as the food is distributed, I should be good.
I'm willing to say that things like weapons, as long as you're not carrying more than 2. So say your sword can be sheathed, or strapped to your back, or things like that, will not necessarily count towards your carrying capacity. But once anything gets larger, or you have more than that, that's when it becomes an issue.
Alright. Then Pariah has a short bow. I've got... How much money do I have
Yippee.
left? Let me check something real quick.
Like, if one of you had a Zweihander, the Zweihander would count towards your carrying capacity. That's a big-ass thing.
That's a big boy.
Hey, Pariah. Would you like
Yeah?
a crossbow instead of a short bow?
Ooh. It doesn't matter to me.
It does a D8 instead of a D4.
I like the sound of that.
Sounds good. That will be the rest of my money.
Are the arrows I'm just changing to bolts?
Yep, and you only get 10 of them instead of 20 of them.
Okay.
And so that is plus 3 from my share of that. So I go up to 31 and then exchange the difference, and I'm down to 1.
Perfect. Ideal.
All right. So, to recap, after a bit of I kind of dad prepping for camping. Like the knight is just like, all right, cool. You've got a club, you've got a crossbow and bolts. You've got armor. I've got better armor and a shield. We've got food. We've got a fire steel. We've got water. It's one day's journey, I know, but still, better safe than sorry.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You will probably note that Friend said while he has arms, he has not shown that he has any arms. He is carrying a bone with him.
You can have my dagger if you would like.
Why would I want that?
Because it goes stabby stabby into flesh.
Is it better than this? He pulls out a rib.
I mean, it's probably sharper than that. Also less likely
Okay.
to break.
Okay. The
Here
friend
you
will
go.
take it.
And I will give my dagger over to friend.
Alright. Add 1 dagger to your inventory.
Dagger, equipment.
You get nods of approval from your equipment choices from Dreas. Wise
Better
decisions.
prepared than not. Anything else before we go out? Does anyone have any business to attend to? Is there anyone else who needs anything from the Abbey?
I mean,
Um.
there's a great many of us who need a great many things, but as far as I'm concerned, the medicine is the most important.
And it will be our primary goal. All right.
Both Dreas and Johan will be happy enough to see you out once you have deigned yourselves ready.
Simply follow the road.
Aye, pretty much.
So we shall, I suppose. Once again, to kind of our group here. From what we have been told, this may be somewhat dangerous. Should any of you... I hope none of you feel pressured to do this with me. Happy to have the company and to be your company, but I would not want any of you to danger yourselves unnecessarily.
I'm happy to be. Friends!
All right.
Yes, I do not feel like an unwilling compatriot, so it should be good.
Horn go, Franco. Run go.
Excellent.
Onward and onward.
Indeed.
I'm gonna remove you all for just a split second. Boop. Just to make it easier to get over to front gate. That's the wrong menu. This menu. Alright. The 5 of you, now unlikely companions, you're not taking your first steps into the world necessarily, but you're taking your first steps out together as a kind of unofficial unit. Mordred, for you, this is actually somewhat familiar in a strange way. For some of you, this is strange, new, novel, maybe even entertaining. I think that is where I'm going to call it, if that is all right.
Yeah.
Right.
I want an hour-long combat sequence.
I demand 4 more hours of gameplay.
I mean,
want them pirate daddy.
Listen,
Riot.
I could theoretically, I mean,
No, I think
Yeah,
that's
yes.
that's good. I think
I
that's
work an 11-hour shift tomorrow.
Yeah. That's kind of what I thought might be the case. But yeah,
Unfortunately.
thank you for playing in the first session of Accursed Kingdom.
Yeah.
Yay!
We take our first steps together out into the world next
You
session.
take the moon, and you take the moon.
Yay! Here, I'm gonna nix the sad music. Do I have anything better?
Put on look up Malomart and put that on. That'll be our Stars and
Malomart.
Wishes song.
I understand that reference.
Is it? Okay, it's video game music.
Legend
That's
of
okay.
Yeah,
Zelda.
it's from
It's
Twilight Princess.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can. How do I stream it here? You know what? I know what I can do. Wait,
I'm
what?
so happy.
Is that it? That's not
Yep.
it, right?
Yeah,
Is
no, that's it.
It is playing. That's it.
It's a version of Malamart. Yeah.
Okay.
Sugar.
All right. We as we always do with everything, stars and wishes. People can volunteer, or we can go down the line.
Volunteer. I volunteer. I'm having fun. I like very nice map. It is very, very good. Let's see. I'm happy to be wacky friend. I'm enjoying that so far. I like that friend and Runt immediately already have a sort of dynamic as the two uncontrollable ones, kind of. Although Runt has a much more human aspect to it than the friend is kind of more like an alien, I want to say.
Yeah. It's fun though. I like that.
Yeah. And that's
Arguing
fun.
semantics while knowing nothing about the world.
They have a very narrow view of the world, and they will defend that narrow view. Let's see. It is Pariah enjoying all of this is very fun. I can't wait to watch how they just die instantaneously in the most comedic fashion.
Give it literally next session.
This is going to be fun, I'm sure. Cole, I'm sorry, your Brooding Dark Souls character, Brooding Dark Souls NPC, kind of got turned into the only competent one.
They do not have to be brooding. This is great. I am having a very good time.
Well, besides Rustbucket, who is probably competent in their own right, although they are a fish out of water completely.
All things said and done, you all turned out very personable. Surprisingly so.
So yes, I'm having fun. And I cannot wait to go out, and I'm excited to get into combat also. I want to see a little bit of combat, so just to see what I'm in for.
I didn't know how far y'all would make it, so it's possible. It ended up taking us a while to get running. That's okay.
Hannah for the absolute speed of these character models. Yay!
I try.
I like going back.
Love to yap. You love to yap.
Like literally, practically the only thing that moves is the jaw, and I like that. Yeah. By the way, wishes. I need a wish for me to figure more about Friend's deal. Like, what's Friend's deal? What can happen to Friend? What's going on with Friend outside of the fact that he is just a little alien skeleton? I need to figure that out. But yeah. Wishes also. The witches. I want to know more about the witches because I feel like.
Yeah.
I mean, witches might have. I don't know what. God, I created a character. I have no idea how it came into existence. Like I just thought, mass grave, bone pile. Okay, maybe the witches did something. I don't know. By the way, I'm interested in the witches and the sword. Friend wants to take the sword and make the sword a part of Friend.
Good luck.
Yes. And I want to see what happens. That happens. let's see what other. I can't really think of anything at the moment. I am excited to see what kind of world we travel into, like what kind of ruinous world we happen into. I am very interested. I hope it is very sparsely populated and very hostile in every single way. Okay, that's
Noted.
about all I got for now.
Thank you for your stars and wishes. Unless others would like to volunteer.
I'll volunteer. I love everyone's characters so much. I feel like I kind of spent a lot of time to like kind of set up with a lot of. I love being buried with a bucket of plot hooks. I find that very funny. And also somehow feel like I am the least interesting character at the table by like maybe a mile.
You're by far one of the most intricate. Well,
yeah, but like, y'all are so cool. It feels a little bit like playing the straight man in a Dark Souls game in a way that is like fascinating, super cool. I'm having such a good time, such a romp. I'm excited to hang out with y'all. I'm excited to be on the road for a little bit because that means that we will not be able to avoid conversation, and I think that is fun and interesting. Yeah, I just loved being able to talk to other people in character. I love talking to Rust. I think Rust is super fun to chat with. I think you are playing Rust in a super cool and interesting way, Matt. And like Pariah is joy, pure joy. To be around.
Yeah,
I didn't realize
running.
how much the Tarzan meme was real. And you are managing that so well. That is not an easy thing to try and pull off, and it's going. You are killing it.
I'm doing my best.
Like semi-verbal, non-verbal characters in a purely vocal setting. Impossible. Crazy. And you're killing it. And then Friend is a joy, is an absolute I feel like I am #1 biggest fan of all of y'all's characters so much. Stars for that entire all of that. Yeah, wishes. I just more.
Soon. Hopefully soon.
I am excited for the logical conclusion of everything we are doing. Oh, and you, Hannah, fucking killing it. Hell yeah.
Aww.
Like, not to leave you out. You were fucking killing it. It's like you have always done this.
Sorry, was that your wishes or I?
Oh, stars and wishes is I just more. I just want there to be more of it. I really don't have any specific wants beyond I would simply like to continue experiencing this.
That I can do.
I'll go next if you're done.
Yeet.
Babies for stars and wishes.
Welcome to the table.
Mamas, we made it. First and foremost, Hannah, fantastic job. Literally on the edge of my seat the entire time. It was amazing. I loved it. Introduction, the very first couple of minutes were really, really fun. Like that, sort of like monologue at the beginning. It had me. You had me hooked.
Good.
I don't know if Cole can be everyone's #1 fan because I'm already everyone's #1 fan.
We'll fight.
If they're fan #1, I'm fan #2. If no one's around to be a fan, I'm fan #1.
Exactly. I genuinely love all of your characters. I think the Pariah is like crazy in all the right ways. If they're a red flag, I am colorblind. I want to hear more from is it Tin Man? It's Rust Bucket. I don't know why I keep calling you Tin Man.
Tin Man is also funny.
I want to hear more from them. I want to know more about them. I think they're fascinating, genuinely. Um, and I want Runt to talk to them more. So I'm gonna try and do that. Friend, I you said it best. They already have that that synergy. That kind of came up in a way that was supernatural, and I thought it was hilarious that Ron was the voice of reason amongst the two of them. But hey, I loved every minute of it. It was hilarious and fun. The NPCs were great, very well played. Um, this map is absolutely gorgeous. I was literally just running around it like an excited dog the entire time. Um, what else? What else? What else? I love these portraits. I can't tell everyone good job enough, basically. And my only wish, I want it to be next session already. I want to continue.
We will do our best to schedule as soon as possible.
And I will say it till the day I die. Thank you for having me.
You are most welcome.
That is all I
Glad to
got.
have you at the table.
Does that just leave me? My last?
I also have to go, but you can go first.
Okay. So stars. The first thing that caught me was the first map. I think everything about that map looked cool. The characters that were on it were really cool, because my first thought was, look at this bloodborne ass motherfucker. Which is my favorite game ever made. I love Bloodborne, so I was just enamored
Hell
with
yeah.
this opening. The star Cole playing the straight man because all of us are just fucking chaos, and you're basically the only one that's not. It's kind of funny.
I enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna echo what everybody else is saying. Unfortunately, I've got nothing.
That's fine.
Super new.
That just tells me what's really working.
Yeah, I mean everybody's characters,
which is all of you.
Yeah, everybody's characters are just so fun. Like,
Mhm.
I'm so glad it all came together in the way that it did. And I liked the slow build. Even if I was a little bored, just because it took me a while to get in.
I was
But that's
trying,
okay.
Matt. Sometimes it takes a little elbow grease to get everyone onboarded, but
That's look, I'm not upset about it at all.
I wanted to give Friend and Runt a chance to kind of like get a peek in. They were honestly, my intention was that they were actually going to be the last to be truly introduced, but no, y'all were excellent. Y'all pulled each other in immediately. Anyway.
Yeah. What did I miss? Did I miss anything? Maps, people. I'm just Hannah, I'm just so excited to play. I'm excited to see like how you shape this story with us, with this group of insane chaos. So I'm really looking forward to it. So that's both a star and a wish, I think.
Absolutely.
That's me.
That leaves me, I suppose.
Maybe.
Star. I absolutely love everyone. I love everyone's
Aw.
characters so far. We're fucking chaotic. And I haven't played an insane person like this since Arliss. Well, okay, Sylvia was crazy, but like on a completely different scale. So it's it's fun being back. Holy shit, she's fun. Holy shit, I love her interactions with everyone so far. genuinely hysterical, awesome.
Yeah, fantastic.
I love this. Tailspire, as always. I fucking love Tailspire. God, I love this application so much. It is now my second most played game on Steam, just from how
Yeah.
often we played. Like, we used it for Reikentha. It's hysterical to me. Star, I am just so happy to be here. I have been very excited for this for a while. And it's just like, we're here. Star, we're fucking here. We've done it. We've made it.
True.
Yeah, baby.
Star, I love all the interactions with everyone so far. It's Friend and Runt just being this chaotic duo. Hysterical. Rust Bucket just being just perfect in every way, shape, and form. I love this character so much. I love them. I love them. Also just general Star, I love that one scene with the Knight and Pariah where it's just like they don't inherently trust each other, and that's good.
Mm-hmm.
That was really good. I really liked that scene a lot.
Absolutely.
And I hope that they can have more like that, because genuinely, very interesting. Also, Star, I love that I'm technically the most normal looking one of the group. I'm the least normal.
What do you mean?
Runt's
I
the
didn't-
most natural looking human I've ever seen.
Look at his hair.
Birthday suit.
So
Nothing wrong here. Nothing weird here.
I love our characters. This is a very fun group already, and I'm glad that we all got together as quickly as we did, honestly.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Very cool. Star, just echoing everyone, I hope we can play soon. I would love to see combat. I want to see how combat works.
Yeah.
That is my biggest thing. Is to see if it's any different than any other system we've done.
Yeah, I'll let you know now. I had combat ready for this session. I was intending on it, but y'all had so much to say. Which makes me very, very happy.
So glad I got to arm people.
Thank you.
I feel a lot
Dad.
more confident about some of us surviving to level 1.
Oh, I guess this is. I also get to do Stars and Wishes, I guess.
Yes,
Is it
mandatory.
So Stars, y'all are fantastic. Holy moly. I was kind of expecting and figured, with the start of any campaign, people are getting into character. They don't know themselves fully yet. They don't know each other yet, and everything's new. But y'all are just came out of the gates running. Did not walking, not running. Got into it immediately, had strong not voices in the way of like not changing your voices, but had strong character voices in that you had a way of speaking in a way like y'all are in character. Even if you're not fully like, even if you don't really fully understand who you are just yet. Like wow. Immediately got into it with each other, didn't need much prompting at all. I even I was trying to, in that moment where Runt and Friend and Pariah and the Knight kind of initially like sense each other. I hadn't meant for that to be first contact. I kind of meant to delay it. But you were all so enthusiastic that I was just like, well, I have to roll with it. And it worked out. It did unfortunately mean it took a second to get to Matt. But we got there. Y'all are wonderful. I feel like I've said it before pre-game, but you all absolutely sucker punched the fuck out of me with some of these character ideas. And to see them actually like interacting and working together, What a magical feeling. Holy moly. I'm glad everyone is hooked, is in. First session's always a little nerve-wracking, but hearing everyone's kind words is very heartening. I'll also say, do expect combat next session. Combat, it'll be hot off the presses.
Oh boy.
If only we could have gotten to it tonight, but that's okay. What do I wish for? It's hard to wish for anything as a GM, I feel. I hope we can play again soon. I hope I can run this again soon. I hope a wish and an offer, kind of continuing to extend the, like, if you want to talk character stuff, if you have any realizations, if there's something specifically you want to happen, or you want to update your goals, let me know. I will try to make any points of intrigue, anything you're curious about, it will come up. I will simply put it in your way.
Oh, I was actually updating notes
Huh?
as we were playing because I was like, oh, actually, yeah, he would be curious about this.
Absolutely. Fantastic.
I will also DM you at some point about some stuff because I thought of some fun stuff.
Likewise.
Good. I was kind of hoping, I was like,
won't be talking to you.
well, okay.
Ever.
I'll get lonely. Oh,
Yeah. Sorry.
what am I gonna do?
Play D&D?
Without us?
Yeah.
Like,
The horror.
but I'm like, no.
Dude, that pained moan was just.
I've tried that before. It didn't turn out well.
Oh, y'all are precious. Kissing all of your foreheads.
Oh, no! Gross.
Oh.
See, I see just like the fucking portraits, and I just imagine you like picking up the mask and like slapping it on all these characters' foreheads. That's how I'm seeing it.
The happy one just tapping you all, just boop boop boop.
What does the sad one do?
It's on my face.
Oh,
Yeah,
Incredible.
glad
what
everyone was
about thought?
glad everyone was enthused about everything. I don't want to be like, woe is me, GMing is hard, blah, blah. No, it's fine. It's just
You did great.
nervous.
I thought it was fantastic.
Nervous. Less nervous now.
Yeah.
And
you
then we're
got
gonna
it.
go into combat and do things, I guess.
And then I get to roll a new character.
Yeah.
That's why we gave you a crossbow.
Yippee!
Fuck away from those goblins.
Yup.
Oh, yeah. You ask, you get. Combat will be happening next session. It was supposed to happen this session anyways. All right.
I'm ready.
That's all I got.
Yay.
Be free.
I mean, not yet because we have to leave, but yay.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop recording now.